Good morning, everyone. I'm Bondar JR, also known as the Silver Wolf, also simply known as Ron, and we are here to stream some EVE Online. I got Kragan headed to an Empire belt, so let's go ahead and get connected to him. See if we get lucky. That smiling face. Yeah, this is all because of Starlink. Actually, not all because of Starlink. I got another gift too, so I'll show you guys that in a little bit. But so I do have Starlink. It is in the house. I hooked it up. Unfortunately, it needs to be mounted on the roof. The store had the residential kit. They did not have the mounting brackets. So I have ordered those, and they should be here tomorrow or later. I'm hoping for tomorrow. I was hoping for today, but they pretty much said it won't be until at least tomorrow. So yeah, so we'll have to see how that works out. And then I have to arrange to have somebody install it, which is a bigger situation. So I am trying to get that arranged now. So I have those guys lined up. But yeah, never a dull moment. So, even though I have Starlink in the house, I probably won't have it till sometime next week or later. But we are making progress. So I actually got to reach out to Starlink themselves. So there is one reseller of Starlink here in the Philippines called Silicon Valley. And that was the store we went to in the mall. They're in almost all the malls here. However, most of them here in the Manila area do not have stock. So this was the only one in the area that had stock. So, and on another surprising note, I saw another white guy at this mall. First white person I've seen outside the airport here in the Philippines. So there are a lot of them here, just not in my area. So I seem to be the token white guy in the San Juan Batangas region. So, but we went to Santo Tomas was the city we went to. That's where the mall was at, and that's where we got to Starlink. And I'm pretty sure he was Australian based on his accent. But I said hello to him. I said, hey. and he went, hi there. Or can't remember exactly how he said it, but it definitely sounded Australian. But yeah, that was the gist of our conversation. He was taller than me, quite a bit taller than me. So he really stood out. Ironically, though, my wife didn't notice him till I pointed him out, which I was surprised. So, Abigail's here with me. Yes, she is. Once I get the miner running, I'll put her on stream. She's been a lot of high maintenance lately. She went with us to get the Starlink yesterday, so she has a baby carriage that she rides around in here in the Philippines, which is complete overkill. But what's up, Dark Slider? Good to see you, buddy. I actually was planning on watching the highlights from yesterday, and I didn't get to watch them yet. I'm on the mobile app. Home internet is out. Well, that sucks. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's not good. Yeah, exactly. That's not good. Got to get that nixed. Get that fixed up. Might try to tether my laptop to my phone so I can at least log in and get the daily rewards. Yeah, I didn't get mine yesterday. I'm kind of kicking myself. But luckily, they put enough days in here so that's not going to be a problem. So there are 18 people in this system. What do you want to bet? They're all this damn Empire Belt. Of course they are. Next one is 12 jumps away. Through low sec. Not going to do that. Oh, there's another one 12 jumps away through all high sec. So we might do that one. See how many people are in the belt. See what kind of... Oh my lord. They got an orca. They got everything. Yep, yttrium's the only thing left. Alright, well. I guess we'll get it on. Now I'm playing Civ 6 offline just to pass the time. Gave me an excuse to get laundry done. Yeah. I actually had a discussion with the wife yesterday. The wife hates doing laundry. Hates it. In America, I did the laundry. I washed it. Mostly because the washing machine was, I don't know, 12, 13, 14 years old. And I was afraid that something would happen with it and then I would blame her. So, of course, the Oilers versus Stars game is on now. Yeah, I saw that. And it looked like the Oilers were ahead by quite a bit. So, but yeah, so I did all the laundry just so if anything happened with the washing machine, she couldn't be, or the washer or the dryer, she couldn't be blamed. But her job was to fold it. And she never ever folded it. Never, ever. It took her months to fold the laundry. So from that perspective, it was just determined that, hey, she doesn't like doing laundry, so deal with it. Let's unlock you. All right, I gotta shoot these rats. Hold on. Yeah, you gotta stand there. Yep. Yes, I love you too. I do love you. But you gotta stand there for a second, okay? Can you do that? Don't fall. It's hard to do this when you're standing on my lap, okay? There you go. All right. You know what? Here, let's try this. All right.
The asteroid is depleted.
All right, let's lock this guy. Nope. Excellent. So they killed them all. Excellent. Even better. Even better. Actually, I got one of them.
The asteroid is depleted.
We're getting creative now. But I have the NHL app, so at least I know the score. There you go. There you go. I'm going to put you down, okay? All right. There's one down. There's two down. Get him. So, yeah, we're on the last asteroids. Oop. Yeah, that won't work. That won't work.
The asteroid is depleted.
Starting to stop in my miners too much. It's killing my cat. Alright. Salvage the last one. And that's the end of that.
Asteroid is depleted.
So what was I saying? I don't remember. But yeah, I saw another foreigner. So that was good. All right.
Warp drive active.
Saw another foreigner, so that was good. Like I said, pretty sure Australian, maybe German. I was thinking could possibly be German, but I was thinking Australian. But yeah. Das Hof, yeah. Whore is definitely in a... Whore's got 5 belts in the system. Wow. But Whore is a disputed system. Yes, lawless. I don't want to go to a lawless system. Don't want to go to a lawless system. I'm definitely law-abiding.
Warp drive active.
But yeah, so that was nice. Then the other one I got is, I hope you guys can see it. I got a watch. This is my retirement gift from my wife. So I've been looking for a watch since I don't have to wear my tracker anymore, or my company, to get the discounts on the health insurance. I don't have health insurance anymore. So, don't need to worry about health insurance anymore. So I got myself a watch. It's a Citizen tachymeter. Tachymeter, yeah. Which I found out after the fact was something for runners, which I am not a runner. So, but it has a stopwatch. It has everything I wanted, except it doesn't tell me the day of the week. That's the only thing it doesn't tell me. But it is Eco Drive, which is one of the ones that power from any kind of light, so I don't have to worry about batteries. Has a rechargeable battery, so which is what I wanted. My wife has a watch collection, and all her batteries always have to get replaced. It usually costs like, you know, $25 a watch. She's got like 50 of them. You can do the math. So yeah. And very rarely does she even wear them. So yeah. So I wanted to go with one that would not need a battery. So, but yeah, there are no clocks here anywhere, and so I've been definitely wanting to watch. So it was priced for almost $500 in America, plus $150 import tariff if we brought it into the Philippines. I got it here at one of the malls for right around $300. So I'm using a Garmin smartwatch. I really like it, but after 4 years, battery wore out. Yeah, I had we had Virgin Pulse, and so they sold their own kind of watch that tracked my steps and my sleep, and it was like $25. But I had to replace it, I don't know, half a dozen times between me and my wife, and between the straps breaking and it just stopping. But that's what I've been wearing for the last 5 or 6 years. And so, because I needed it for tracking to get the discount on my health insurance. So, but yeah, since we're not doing that anymore, I actually threw that away at the airport because I was so glad to get rid of it. So, almost got myself a new one back around the holidays, but just decided to go without one for a while. Yeah, like I said, I needed it for my company in order to get the discount on the health insurance, and so So that was why I used it. It would work with Garmin, it would work with some of the others, but they were all a lot more expensive. So I just went with they gave us one for free. And then after that, it was like 25 bucks a piece. So yeah, so I just went with that one. But yeah, everybody here wears a watch because there are no clocks anywhere. And so yeah, so I never know what time it is. And so I thought, okay. But I really, I've actually been doing pretty good with what day of the week it is. And so that hasn't been too bad. But I wanted one with the day of the week, and I didn't notice until after we bought it, and they had already taken the links out that it didn't have the day of the week. So it does have the date, which is good. And so, but yeah, it was one of those where it was like, but yeah, I got it, like I said, I got it for just over 300 local currency, like 17,000 pesos. And yeah, so, but yeah, like I said, it was almost 500. I looked at it on Amazon. Also, it's estimated, it shows its suggested retail price is like 450. So I feel like I got a pretty good deal. So we were in Santo Tomas, where we got the Starlink, and we wanted to look for my watch as well, because that's what I've been looking for my retirement gift. And so we went into a couple watch stores. I've been looking at a Citizen. There's actually a Citizen Calendaria, which is a big one for world travelers, which I count myself as now, and we're going to travel to some other countries. So it keeps track of different time zones for you as well. So you just turn the dial and you can switch which country you're in. And so that was kind of nice, but it's a 2021 model, and nobody seems to have it. When I look at it on Amazon, they have it, but they will not export it to the Philippines. It's one that they will not ship here. So, and it was only like 200 bucks. So it's kind of weird, but anyway, so we went into Santo Tomas. We went to a couple watch stores, and we're looking at watches, and none of them carried Citizen. Now, they had Seiko, they had Timex, they had a bunch of other ones, and none of those did I really like. I really wanted the Citizen because of the Eco Drive, and so we go into the Shoe Mart SM, which is their like Walmart here, okay? And so we go in there, and I told my wife, I said, well, they're not going to have watches. She's like, oh yeah, they have watches. So we went in there, and sure enough, not only do they have watches, they have Citizen. And so in Santo Tomas, we go in there and we look, and they have some Citizen watches, but the manager who has the key to the watch cases is not coming in today. Only in the Philippines. So they can't get into the watch cases. They can't sell many watches. As it was, I didn't really see one there I really liked. So we said, okay, well, in order to get back to San Juan, we have to go through Lipa. So there's, of course, an SM in Lipa. So we came to Lipa, we had lunch, and then we went to the Shoe Mart in Lipa and went right in, and sure enough, their manager was on break for lunch, and the only one that had the key. So we waited around, and they came back. It wasn't a problem, but yeah, that's where I bought this one. So, but like I said, it seemed like I got a pretty good deal, because I got it for, I want to say like $325. That's what we paid. My wife also got a pair of glasses, frames, that she's going to have her prescription lenses put into. And yeah, those were, what were those, 200 bucks? Yeah, 200 bucks. And so, yeah, but yeah, it doesn't seem to make sense. Yeah, I guess that's right. Almost 200. So yeah. But yeah. So that way I didn't feel so guilty about buying it, because she got something too. But of course my Starlink was 500 bucks. So yeah, the Starlink is $500 for the kit. It is huge. It's probably, yeah, I mean, it's a big old, it's not really a dish, it's a panel. But I tried to hook it up inside the house. I have it on a shelf. and it will not register the satellites. I did go outside and do their app, which kind of judges whether you got too many trees around or anything, and it said I'm great that way. I don't have any problems with trees or obstructions, but it's definitely got to be installed on the roof. And so yeah, so we're gonna have to track somebody down that can do that. And they sold me the kit, but they could not sell me the mounting pipe. So it just comes with a kickstand. I don't want to just set it up there, especially since it's going to be rainy season. Well, I don't know. I was thinking about climbing up there myself, climbing out the window here, going up there and just setting it up there just to see if I can get it to work. Also, I want to make sure that the cable is long enough, because I have a feeling they gave me, I think, a 35-meter cable.
Warp drive active.
Is it 35 meters? I don't think so. That sounds like that's like 70 feet. So, but yeah. So I'm willing to bet that, you know, when they get here, the cable's going to be just a little too short, which will probably be another thing I'll have to order. So, here's my girl, my Princess Abigail. And she went with us. She actually, there was one Shih Tzu that she ran into that she tried to get into a fight with at the mall. And then there was another one. No, that was a bulldog. Yeah, that was a bulldog. A Chihuahua. She tried to get in a fight with. And then there was a Shih Tzu that she was very friendly with. Yes, she was. So yeah, so hopefully she's getting better acclimated. But yeah, it was a whole day. Like I said, we left before 8 a.m.
Drive active.
Rained most of the day. And we got there before it opened. The mall didn't open until 10. They don't let anybody in the mall until it opens. So the mall didn't open until 10. We got there at like 9:30, which I told them we were going to be early, but so we just sat in the car, which is no big deal. And then we went and got some breakfast. I think we went to a pancake house, which they have pancake house here. And we went to a pancake house, which was a little different. Their hot chocolate is more like an espresso. It was very intense. Very concentrated. That's the word I'm looking for. I knew intense wasn't the right word. Concentrated. But yeah, so I didn't much enjoy it. Their iced tea's really good. But I had a ham and cheese omelet,
Warp drive active.
which was really good. And a couple blueberry pancakes, so you got the pancake, all right? It's all pancake batter, and then right in the middle, there's a whole bunch of blueberries cooked into it. Not like in America, the blueberries are spread all through it. No, the blueberries, they put it right in the middle. So yeah, but it was okay. It was good. So yeah, then we walked around the mall. We got the Starlink. They had no problem. The woman gave us her name and everything when we called, and so she was there. They explained everything and explained that, you know, they couldn't install it. Because my wife was asking them, can they install it? And I'm like, of course they're not going to install it. We drove two hours to get here. But she thought maybe they'd call somebody in Lipa. And they were like, nah, you can get anybody to install it. I'm like, yeah. And they said, oh, yeah, you got to order the mounting kit. You got to order that off of something else. You can get it from Starlink, but that's expensive. Ah. It's gone. Son of a bitch. I flew all the way here and it's not here. Yeah, I'm not going through LoSec. Or is in a bad system. So, yep, that's it. Yeah, I'm not going there. All right, let's go home. Flew all the way here, and it's not there. My goodness, 11 jumps to you, fiend? Holy cow. All right. All right. Amar is 40 jumps? What the heck is that? Purium mutinite. Any attempt to refine it with a technology current around. Despite this, highly prized by cluster's major faction. Must be something I mined for a mission or something. I don't know what that is. 4 bond. Want some chicken? I am having fried chicken with my drinks tonight. Excellent. So that's what. So yeah. So after we did that, we looked for my watch. We went to a couple different watch stores. None of them were good. I did find. So what they have here is they have something called Cyber Zone. And it's a section of the mall where they put all the technology places. So all the PC stuff, all the gaming stuff, you know, that's where the Silicon Valley is. So Silicon Valley is the only reseller of Starlink here in the Philippines. And so, so they're the one that's allowed to resell it. And but they had a PC Express there. And I went in and they had all the parts that I normally get at Micro Center. And so I asked them, can I order online and then pick it up? And they said, absolutely. And they also said, that they also have places. There's one here, there's one in Lipa, there's one there in Santo Tomas. And so what I can do is I can order from them any PC parts I want to put my PC together. And then I can go ahead and pick it up when I'm in Lipa. And so that's going to be probably my new Micro Center. But they had several of them. There was an Asus store. There was like 20 stores in this Cyber Zone, which was really nice. And so I'm going to have to check that out a little bit better when I'm there the next time. But it seems like it's in every one of their malls here, every one of their SM malls. And so that's kind of nice. But yeah, always a good choice. Fried chicken and drinks, can't go wrong with that. Definitely need something to soak up that alcohol, buddy. But anyway, so after that, we came back to Lipa. Sorry, dang, BT dropped for some reason. BT, what's BT? Bluetooth. Ah, gotcha. Never mind. I got it. Yeah, so we came back to Lipa. My wife had picked out a place she wanted to have lunch called Log House Cafe. It was a log cabin that they had made into a restaurant. Really nice. Of course, it was pouring down rain when we got there. It was back this alley, which was kind of scary. But once we got back there, beautiful place, beautiful food, was really good. Blitz is on. And so, so we went in there. Well, I was still full from breakfast because we had only had breakfast like 2 or 3 hours earlier. And so I'm like, come on. Well, of course, they're all hungry again. They're always hungry here, which is funny because very few of them are big like me. So I don't understand. But anyway, of course, at breakfast, I had a ham and cheese omelet. I had 2 pancakes. So yeah, probably explains it right there. But anyway, so they ordered salmon. They had a salmon dish. They ordered salmon. My wife and my brother-in-law ordered salmon. My sister-in-law, I had 2 sister-in-laws there. One from Japan and the one married to my brother-in-law. My sister-in-law married to my brother-in-law. She got a bacon cheeseburger, which she said was delicious. And my sister-in-law from Japan, she got some ice cream. She said she wasn't really that hungry. And then I wasn't hungry, so I just ordered a couple appetizers. I ordered some French fries and some chicken strips. Well, they brought me probably 20 chicken strips and a big old thing of fries. I ended up bringing it home. Because, I wasn't super hungry, so I was just kind of going with the flow, but they were really good. I had 1 chicken strip, I had a bunch of fries. Abigail had a lot of fries. But that was the other reason we chose it, is because they were pet friendly. But yeah, it was a log cabin. So, and it was a place, they had pine trees at this place. But the pine trees were different than America. The pine needles on these pine trees, the needles were as big as my finger. They were really thick needles. So they were really big needles. But these trees, oh my lord. They had to be, I don't know, 50 feet tall. I mean, they were huge. And there was like, I don't know, 8 to 10 of them. Supposedly the house was made from those trees. It was a log cabin and some really nice place. Really good food. So yeah, if you're ever in the Lipa area, I would recommend Log Cabin Cafe. No. I thought it was Log House Cafe. Log House Cafe. Yeah, I thought it was Lighthouse Cafe, but it was Log House Cafe. So Log House Cafe in the Lipa area. What's up, drachenhort? Cool, cool, cool. Thanks, Dark Slider. I did check out that case you sent, and that one looks really nice. So that was one. I forgot the name of it. So when I was at the when I was, whoa man, that's loud. When I was at the computer store, I couldn't remember the name of that case. So yeah, so I figured I would just look online for it, see if they have it or if they can get it. The problem here is the parts, computer parts, are more expensive than they are in America, which makes 0 sense. Because we are closer to Taiwan, where 90% of them are made. But I think there's a huge import tariff here for any electronic type of parts. Watches, computers, things of that nature have a huge tariff markup here. And so... But yeah, so I'll have to do some shopping around, but I think I'm going to try and build a new computer from here just so I can see if I can do it. And I want to use one of those cases you were previewing. The problem is, a lot of times when they preview them at those computer shows, they're not available yet to buy. So I'll have to check. But thank you for that, Dark Slider. I appreciate you. I also watched, Wednesday night, Wednesday night my time, which would have been Wednesday morning you guys' time. I watched that VTOL video that you sent me, and oh my god, I want one. I want one, and I want one now. That thing, that I got it up here. Oh, where is it? I saved it just for that reason. Oh, where'd it go? There it is. Jetson 1. I want it. I want it. And it's funny because I looked at it and... Yes. I looked at it and they've got the price. Order one. Order a Jetson 1. Says the earliest I could get it would be... Come on. Come on. The links aren't working. There it goes. Yeah, the earliest I could get it would be 2027. 2027. It's $128,000. Which I don't think I could swing. I think our house is going to be less than that. In fact, I'm sure our house is going to be less than that. But I'd have to put down $8,000 today to hold my spot for 2027. So, seriously? I didn't realize that. Well, that sucks. Yeah, you could have double dipped if you're watching both of us. You could have got double. But yeah, so that's why I closed out the link, because I don't even want to try and consider it. I'll wait till they come down in price. But man, that thing was awesome. Thank you for that, Dark Slider. That was awesome. If you guys get a chance here, I'm going to put the link out here. Jetson 1. Oh my god. This thing is awesome. $128,000. That's the only problem. But I mean, I could. It's a one-seater too. So, but that would be perfect here, and it's electric. That would be perfect. I land it in my yard, charge it up from the solar panels, fly it wherever I need to go. I just need to figure out some way. I'd rather have a Lamborghini. Yeah, yeah. I think I'd rather have the VTOL, to be perfectly honest. I've never been a big Lamborghini fan, so. But yeah. The problem is I'd have to get some kind of storage on it so that I can like run to the grocery store or stuff like that. So, Legomaniax, good to see you, buddy. Starting the arc. All right, buddy. Hey, time yourself. I want to see how quick you get it done. We'll try to shoot for a record. See who can do it the fastest.
Warp drive active.
Let's see if you can finish before I log. No way. No way. I'm already almost an hour in. You got 3 hours. I also was about to start it. First time. First time, Legomaniax? Wow. Yeah, I've done it once already. But yeah, I want to do it again. I need to do it with some of my alts, is what I need to do. What I thought about doing is doing it with both. So, Jackson, thanks for the gift sub, buddy. Was never interested, but I need to fix my standings. Yep. Yeah, it is a good one for fixing your standing. And, Lego, just so you know, if you go out here... I really don't like this thing. So if you go out here and do this Glamour X boost, that'll actually boost your standings by another 50%. So you should have that from the event that just completed if you haven't already used it. So check that out, because that'll also boost your standings by another 50%. So yes. So make sure. Though I don't know, you might want to save it till the end, because it's only good for how many hours? Ceases to function after June 12th. Wow, I only got 12 days on it. 9 days. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Ceases to function after June 12th. But it's still May. So why does it say I only have 9 days? I need to find a hotkey to cycle my Eve windows. Yep. Oh, yours is good for 50 hours? Okay, well that's good then. So that's like over 2 days. So that's good. Well, maybe that's it. Maybe yeah. I don't know. It expires 30 days after you get it. Okay.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, because it says June 12th. He got his different than Falstaff. I think his has got a different date on it. No, his says June 12th too. But it says it's 9 days, 23 hours, which is not June 12th, no matter how you spin it. I don't know. Say la vie. Only good until June 12th, regardless of when you get it. Okay, there you go. So yeah, so you definitely want to activate that. Yeah. Well, it's weird. Both of mine have the same date time. They both say 9 hours 23 minutes. Yeah, 9 days 23 hours. Jesus, I swear to God. It's a wonder I can even get out of bed in the morning, to be perfectly honest. 9 days 23 hours. So yeah. Oh man. And I know I got them at different times because I did the things on different times. So, but yeah. Well, I did the last step right around the same time, so maybe. But either way, no. But yeah, you want to definitely activate that. That'll give you another 50% boost to your standings increase. So that's pretty awesome. So, and thanks to Jackson for pointing that out. But yeah, what I was thinking is doing it with my 2 characters at the same time. Because then what I could do is I could only have one of them do all the running and just carry the cargo for both. Drop it off and have them complete it remotely. I don't know if it'll let me, but it's worth a try. So then I get 2 double dipping, as Jackson calls it. So you have 1 expiration rewards window based on when you claimed off the track. The hard expiration when all capture event items become public, and there's 3 expiration. Okay. 24 hours plus bonus time based off biology skill. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, so the biology skill is actually good for something. That's under science, right? I don't have biology. Sequencing. Nope. Neural enhancement. Biology. I don't have biology. So let me get biology. Ha 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 ha. Neural enhancement. Thanks, Legomaniax. I finally found it. Yeah. View market details. Billy. 37,000. Well, that's definitely a piece of cake. Let's go ahead and buy you. Buy. Go pick it up. Let's go pick that up right now. Gives a default 24-hour. Okay, well, I definitely want to boost it because I'm probably not going to get the whole thing done in 24 hours. That would be some dedication. It'd be nice, but... So, actually, I need to check and see if Falstaff has biology. Neural enhancement. He does. He has biology 5. So that's probably why he'll get it. So cool. So yeah, biology affects all booster durations, including the one that gives you plus to the stats from the event. Okay, cool. I didn't realize that. So that's a good reason to get biology on everybody. So in case you're going to use any boosters. Somebody's texting me. Well, it says someone texted me. Oh, my sister. They all have iPhones, so when they heart something, I can do it. So if you use boosters, biology 5 is a must. Okay, I don't normally. I usually just use them when I need to use them up, but I want to start using them more so that I can actually get something out of it. And this one, of course, is kind of a special one. Double dip it, so sidetracked again. Yeah, I always get sidetracked. Always get sidetracked. But yeah, I think it's 37 missions. So besides EVO preview, how can I hotkey cycle clients? I want a 1-button press. Hold on, I'm gonna sneeze.
Docking permission requested.
Whew, I think I got it muted there. Can you guys hear me? Check my microphone. Yep, looks like it's working. Thank you, Legomaniax. Appreciate it. I felt that one coming for a while. Whew. Macro key. So besides EVO preview, how can I hotkey cycle client? I want a 1-button press. I don't even know EVO preview, so Yeah, they're just loving pictures. EveTare, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you, buddy. Thanks for being here. Item hanger. Oh, nope, nope. I don't want to drop this here. I came here to pick up this. So let's train now to level 1. Okay. And then let's go ahead and boost it up the rest of the way. 2, 3, 4, 5. Can I drag them all? I can. Voila. There you go. And actually, we can probably get most of these with the points I already have.
Skill training completed. Skill training completed. Skill training completed.
Should have just left them where they were. There we go. All right. So, bingo bongo. All right. Deal. All right, let's go back to you, Fiend. Complex migraine. Ooh, sorry to hear that. I had to break out of the hospital after 4 days. Ooh, sorry to hear that. That sucks. Complex evident mimics a stroke. Oh man. So that's what they were afraid of, is you were having a stroke? Well, that sucks. Well, I guess better to be safe than sorry, but yeah, like you said, you don't want to be hanging out there any longer than you have to be. What I got here? So, destroy 25 capsuleers. Yeah, that's probably what we'll do. Ah, that won't work. Yeah, let's do this one. Got another 3 or 4 hours off. Yeah, a type of migraine that can cause temporary neurological symptoms such as weakness, vision changes, or speech difficulties before or during a headache. Wow. 4 missions down in 10 minutes. Well, that's pretty damn good. I had no clue what that was. Yeah, exactly. And, oh, you're cooking. I was going to say, and you're cooking? No, you're cooking on the missions. Yeah, well, so only 33 to go. They actually get a lot more running around later. Alright. Who knows? Though, as the ratio of drinks increases. Yeah, there's always that. The ship. So what are you using to do them? 21 AU per second. Well, that's good. What are you using to do it?
Permission requested. Docking request
Oh, babies.
accepted.
What? Come on. Come on. Pacifier. I got a pacifier. Come on. I was told that was a PvP. Come on. Come on. Jump up. Oh, for crying out loud, dog. I can't reach you. So you got it. There you go. All right, give me 1 second. No, come back. Oh, come on, come on, come on. Come on. Come on. For crying out loud. You were there. There you go. There you go. All right. I can't reach down there and get you. All right. That's something on your eye. There it is. Let me get it out. You got sleep in your eye. You got sleepies in your eye. There you go. All right. Bah, it's an elite SOE arc ship. But also good for PvP. Yeah, see, I think I have a PvP bit for mine, so. I think I won it off of a Narcos stream, so. But yeah, but okay, I'll try that one. Send me your fit in the in-game channel. Because I've got several pacifiers that it'd be good to use them. So, whoop. Got more sleepies in your eyes. Oh, I got sleepies all over me. All right, I'm gonna put you back down. Go eat your breakfast. Yeah, go eat your breakfast. All right. So he's done. We'll just let him sit there and work on his biology. Switch over to Falstaff. Let's switch over to Falstaff. I was building. So yeah, I got lots of pacifiers here. Where are they? There they are. No, they're punishers. Punishers, sorry. Damn it. I hate when I mess up a ship name. Excellent, Legomaniax. So what did you end up doing? Crap. You thought you had it figured out, all right? It's not going to work. Oh, I saw that. Looks like one of the. That looks like one of the shuttles. All right, so I got everything I need for it. It's a covert ops. Really? I didn't know that. Ah, it's a split one. All right, thanks, bud. I set it up the number keys, but then I can't type 1, 2, 3, or 4. So what I would do is I would set it up to the F keys. Except I would leave F5 alone, since that's a refresh one. But I would set it up for like F12, F11. Those usually aren't used for anything else. But it seems like you figured out how to set it, so. So what is the tier 1? Well, that's the industry, right? So so it's a tier 2. Domain. Forge. 400 million? Holy crap. For a 1-run blueprint? Get out of here. What the hell does a ship cost? It has to be a key that Eve doesn't use. Okay. F1 is fire. Really? I didn't know that. So what about F12, F11, F10, and F9? Maybe those are not mapped. F1 through F10 are used. Okay, so yeah, so that's why I was saying, oh, so F11 and F12 are the only ones you got left then. F9 is a scan window. Okay, F10 is a map. Okay. What about page up and page down? So you might be able to use F11, F12, page up and page down. I'm going to look here and see what the pacifier costs on the market. Pacifier. Pacifier, cheapest one is 398 million in Sing Liaison. 408 million in Solitude. 410 million in Null Space. That's an expensive ship. That's an expensive ship. 1 to 8 is your top row of buttons on the ship interface. Okay. Control F1 is the second row. Alt F1. Gotcha. So you can hotkey your mods in space without clicking. I didn't realize that. Oh, man. Oh. $395 million in Jita. 391 in Kami. 364 in Amar. So what's the tier 1? What's the pacifier made from? Because I'd rather just build the tier 1. It doesn't say variations though. Normally it says variations. All right, so let's say show in... There's a way to say show in ship tree. There it is. Close you. All right. Surely it's not a tier. It's not a tier 1 from the diplomatic shuttle. Looks like it's, yeah, that's why it looks like the shuttle. And the monitor, like the metamorph. It's a special ship. There is no tier 1. Okay. That's why it's so expensive. Yep, that's why it's so expensive. That's why it's so expensive. So I do not have one of those. So that's the next one I'll be looking for. See if I can find it on sale somewhere. Doesn't look like it, but I was thinking the Punisher when you said. So yeah. So I'm gonna add that one to my list. All right. I think you can only get them from BPC, and the BPC only comes from the Project Discovery. Okay. I used to use the Dramiel. See, I think I have a Dramiel. Yep, I do have a Dramiel. That one's not super expensive. Rename. Nope. Change name. Yep. All right, so you sent me this one. I'm going to save this. Oh, I don't have the rocket launcher. Really? What skill do I need for that? Rocket specialization. I was just looking at that the other day. I was just looking at that the other day. 1 million. Let's go pick that up. Let's go pick that up. That's the only thing. Oh, no. Nova rockets. So, yeah, that's probably the same thing. Probably requires rocket specialization. Yep. All right, cool. That's all I need. That's all I need. Want the fit? Yes, please. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Excellent. Save that one. Yeah, so I'll get that one fitted out. Take that out there to do that. So the Dramiel, I think I also won from Anarchos. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I think you can only get them from BPC, and BPC only comes from Project Discovery. So, well, Project Discovery's not bad. I don't mind doing that. All right, so let's go pick up this skill. Thanks, Jackson. Appreciate the fits. I can't stand trying to fit stuff. Can't stand it. I need to go to Kulin. Kulin. School of Applied Knowledge. What do I got here? Kestrel. Should probably bring that back.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I was thinking with that booster, only taking it at the end, right before I do the end one. Because I think that's the only one that actually boosts your faction standing. But all the others boost your sister standing, which wouldn't be bad. Really like to get a sister's launcher or maybe a BPC for some sister probes, which would be nice.
Warp drive active.
But yeah, since we got a few more people in here. So yeah, just to reiterate, I did get my Starlink. I do not have it hooked up yet. Still using the crappy PLDT. They were able to sell me the Starlink kit, but not the mounting pipe. Put it on my roof. Plus, I got to find somebody to put it on the roof. So yeah, thanks. So yeah, so I'm pretty excited to try and get that taken care of. I've ordered the mounting bracket, and hopefully it'll come tomorrow or later. Tomorrow or later. So sorry, somebody keeps texting me. Yeah, they just keep loving an image. Quit loving the images. Nobody cares. This is why I don't normally check my phone when they're doing it. I have a brother that was in the hospital, so... But I think he got out. In fact, I'm sure he got out now, so... It's not a brother I usually keep in touch with. Some would say the black sheep of the family, so... But... Alright, so here's this one. So let's go ahead and train this one to level 1. Apparently Bond has problem laying pipe. He needs help. Yeah, I do have problems laying pipe. I do. That is true. That is true. Alright, so broker relations is 1 day. Fleet command needs wing commander. So let's go up here to wing commander. Alright. Let's move all these ones up here. Oop. There you go. 16 days for salvage drone operation. So why would that not go up here a little further? Right there. Alright. And now we got rockets. So that's going to be in missiles. Missiles. So rockets. Oops. Rocket specialization. Let's add a couple of these in here. We'll get them up there. Alright. Whoa. Nope. Just want the one. There we go. Got it organized. So, poll for chat. Does anyone ever use Control 1, 2, or 3 to overload the shipwrecks? I do not. No. Ooh. We have not heard from the Atlas shipping container ones. I actually reached out to them yesterday via Facebook, and they said yesterday was I reached out to them on Wednesday. Yesterday was Thursday. And they said, and I quote, "You'll have your boxes early this week." To which I was like, it's Wednesday. Early this week is over. So I'm pretty sure since they were sending it to me in English, they meant early next week. So we're kind of counting on them to show up here sometime Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So that's when I should get my gaming chair. So that'll be good. If I get really lucky and it shows up on Sunday, that I will not complain. But all right, let's go back to VentedOne. Actually, you know what? Let's go to OCO. Let's go to OCO. Yeah, because this, oh man, this chair, it's funny. The throne was really bothering me, but you know, I'd kind of become numb to most of it,
Warp drive
and I could handle it for like an hour or so. But then it got to the point where it was like 15 minutes, and so that's when I switched back to this plastic chair. And then the plastic chair was fine for 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, you know. But now I'm down to like an hour, and then it starts bugging me. So yeah, I really need to get back to my gaming chair. So we did see a gaming chair at the Silicon Valley store yesterday, but it wasn't as nice as mine. But I honestly thought about buying it just because I was like, you know what? I could always use a second chair. But yeah.
warp drive.
But yeah, it wasn't as nice as mine. It didn't have as much padding, but I was thinking it might be a good one for my wife. No, she's never in here for long. She only comes in here when I need her to, when she's trying to have me order something or blah, 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 whatever. Or I'm having her translate my Tagalog. So all the delivery people, we got 2 deliveries yesterday. All the delivery people only speak Tagalog. She says, oh no, everybody here speaks English. Yeah. No. They send me text messages in Tagalog, and when I reply in English, they reply in Tagalog. Which doesn't help me. So yeah. But
Warp drive active.
I have neck problems. I bought a corporate office chair that we specify on their plans, and it was the best $500 I spent. Yep, I got, like I said, crap, why can't I think of the name of it?
Docking request.
I got one of the high-end ones. I want to say I spent $400 on mine. My wife bought it for me for one of our anniversary gifts. I mean, I bought it, but, you know, I gave her credit. And, yeah, it was definitely the best money I ever spent. I had never, ever spent $400 on a chair prior to that, ever. But yes, it was definitely the best money I've ever spent. And I would do it again in a heartbeat. So yeah, so that's what I was thinking. The one that they had yesterday, though, was not the same quality. This one, the one that I have, crap, can't I think of the name of it? It's, so, yeah, sorry, Artemi. So yeah, so I recently lived in Kansas City and just retired and moved to the Philippines. So it is currently en route because I had to have my stuff shipped. So it takes 2 months to come by slow ship. And so it should arrive here sometime this next week. And so yeah, so I've been without it we've been here going on 2 months now. And so yeah, so I'm anxious to get it back because this plastic chair is just not cutting it. And my wife had a really one. Yeah. So, but that was where I was thinking is it probably wouldn't hurt to have a second one just in case. So, but yes, once it gets back, it's my gaming chair. Wish I could remember I can't remember the name of it. It's one of the high-end models. And then I have a green screen as well that had to be shipped. So yeah, so that's why there's all this pixelization with the camera. It's because I'm using software on it right now. My headset keeps fading in and out. So once I get the green screen, that'll all get fixed. And so, but yeah, they're en route, and I should have them this next coming week is the plan. So yeah, so here's to that happening. But yeah, because my rear end is really taking taking a beating. Jackson's going to be all over that. Sorry, I should have thought before I said that one. But yeah, my rear end is really feeling this plastic chair. I've got a huge cushion on it. Huge. And it's still not cutting it. So, but yeah. Sorry, as soon as that one came out of my mouth, I was like, oh crap, Jackson's going to have a field day with that one. So, I don't like gaming chairs. They suck for my neck. I just have good posture in lumbar support. Yep. No neck BS. Yep. Yeah, so that's one I've never had. I've never had any neck problems, but I've always had a lot of back problems. And so, but man, that gaming chair, oh, it really, yeah. But I can understand if you had neck problems, it probably wouldn't be the best because it really doesn't do any support for the neck. It does come all the way up. It's got a big headrest, and that's going to bug the shit out of me. That's really going to bug the crap out of me. Sorry, I'm searching through my emails so I can find. And of course, Secret Labs. So it's a Secret Labs Titan chair. And yeah, that's the Secret Labs. And so I've been very pleased with it. Very pleased with it. So, but just keep it straight for the body and it's all good. I may find the link. So that's good. Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, like I said, I am cheap as the sun is bright. And that was the best money I ever spent. Best money, hands down. So, in fact, so I've had it about 5 years. And in order to ship it, I saved the box. I saved the box for everything. But my wife threw most of my boxes away. She wasn't able to throw the chair box away because I had it in the attic. And she never went in the attic. So I had the chair box, which was good, and but in order to ship it here, I had to tear it apart. And since it had been together for 5 years, it was very difficult to get apart. So while I was getting it apart, I ended up breaking the clip on the hydraulic piston, which turns out wasn't a big deal, but because I found a chair manufacturer who didn't make. So I contacted Secret Labs. They pretty much told me to go screw myself. You know, it was more than a year. They weren't doing nothing, and I'm like, I'm not asking you to do something. I'm asking you to sell me another piston. They're like, sorry, we're not helping you. I was like, okay, thanks for nothing. But so then I saw a video of this chair manufacturer in Minnesota. Yeah. Well, you know, they got my $500, they got my $400. What more do they need? But I saw this chair manufacturer in Minnesota, and I reached out to them via email and said, hey, I saw your video. You're talking about this. Told them what kind of chair I had. Sent them some pictures, and they were like, hey, the only thing that's broken is the clip. They said, we'll send you another clip for free. And you just put the clip back on. And I'm like, seriously? So I went ahead and bought, I bought a hydraulic piston from them. I said, well, if you were going to sell me one for this, what would you sell me? And so this was the manufacturer, Crandall office furniture, which I would definitely recommend. See if I can get it to come on the camera now. I don't know why the box is thinking it's green, because it's not. Crandall office furniture. So I can type it in there. But yeah, so I went ahead and bought a piston from them. I said, well, if you were going to replace it for this chair, which one would you do? And they said, oh, it would be this one. So I said, okay, well, go ahead and I'm going to buy one. It was like $50. And I said, and they were like, really? You only need a clip? And I'm like, yeah, but you guys were so nice and you kind of helped me out. I said, nobody else would help me out. I said, so yeah, so I'll go ahead and buy one, and that way I have one. I said, and I explained the situation. I'm moving to the Philippines, you know, probably not gonna be easily able to get a new one. So this way I have a spare. If the clip works, great. If not, this will work. I said, because as it is, I've already packed it up and shipped it because I had to get it going. It takes 2 months to get there, so I don't really have it to test. And so I said, I have the piston because I didn't ship it, but I don't have the chair, and so the rest of the chair. And so they were like, "Well, that's pretty awesome." And so yeah, so I bought that from them. So, oops, sorry, Artie. Let me add you to the VIP list. There you go. Try it again. You may need to wait a second, but yeah, you should be able to post links now. So first chapter done. So yeah, yep. Global Furniture Group. Awesome. Thanks, Artie. I'll check that out. 10 out of 50. 10 out of 52. I thought it was only 37. Shit. Yeah, you're definitely not going to make it by the stream. So, I don't know. It's only been an hour and a half. You might. This is my chair. Got it half price. They also supplied replacement piston and new hand rest for free. That's pretty good. Yep. That's pretty good. Yeah, you can't beat that. Yeah, like I said, I only started 40 minutes ago. Yeah, so that's right. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. That's true. Yeah, you did. It was close to an hour after I started. So, yep. But yeah, so I'll definitely check them out, Artemy, and see if they can actually ship here. So that would be good. But what was I gonna say? So yeah, so these guys, they were so helpful that I went ahead and bought a piston from them, and they shipped it to me, and I carried it on the plane with me, it and the old piston. And so yeah, so hopefully that's gonna work out. So that'll be once I get it, I got to put it back together, but that's what they said. If it's been together for a while, it's going to be hard to get apart. And sure enough, I had to really whack it. I had I had already packed all my tools. And so of course, I'm trying to tear my chair apart. I got no tools left. I gave away a whole bunch of tools. And so I doubt it, but just wanted to show you that worked for me. I also tried a lot of chairs before. Nope, I understand. I understand. But yeah, so that's cool. Poor Bond and his tool. See, I didn't even expect you to touch that one, but thank you, Jackson, for upholding the standard here. Nothing goes untouched. Mwah. Yes, I love you too. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I'm gonna put you down, okay? Back up a little bit. But yeah, so Crandall Office Furniture, like I said, I was super impressed with them. Like I said, they replied to my email very quickly, and yeah, and shipping was super fast. I think I got it in like 2 days, and like I said, I haven't taken it out of the box yet, so it could just be a lead weight for all I know. But it did. They had the clip taped on top, and I did end up putting it on the other one, so that worked. But yeah, so I'm thinking my old piston is still good. It's just I busted the clip, which that's what they said. Don't hit the clip, you'll break it. Well, that's exactly what I did. And so, but like I said, I had to whack that thing so hard. It was, I was just glad it came loose. So, Bond, you have to handle your box appropriately. Exactly. Blue Gray, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you, buddy. The wife just popped her head in to get the dog, so there you go. Stop setting me up. Yeah, I'm kind of lobbing them up there. Lobbing them up there. Always good to see you, Blue Gray. All right, so let's see. What were we doing here? So we built a bunch of stuff because we were gonna build expanded cargos because we got a bunch of these. So let's get some of these started. Oh. Ram, armor, hull tech. Seriously? All the things. Armor, hull tech. Resource. 2. Oh, because that'll make 200. Yeah, let's just go with 3. Actually, yeah. All right. So that's that. What else? We were gonna build some covert ops. Covert ops cloaking device. We got 2 of those. Yeah, see, I think I wanted to build 20, and I only built 2. Which is just ludicrous. When I saw I built 2, I was like, why would you build 2? Yeah, I wanted to build 20. So now I gotta build 18. I tell you, some days it's a wonder I can even get out of bed. So I just made all 4 types of Marauders and put them in contracts. Took a long time to do all the parts. Well, not all anymore. Yeah, the Barbaroga, that's a new one. We won't hold that against you. That one's only a couple days old. So, but excellent job. Excellent job. That's one of my goals is I want to build every ship in the game. The problem is I haven't quite figured out how to keep track of which ones I built and which ones I haven't. So I was going to print the ship things, but I don't want to print them. Plus, my printer hasn't arrived yet. My printer's one of the last ones. That'll be sometime next month. I think I'll get my printer. Because that was the last thing we sent, so. Now, anyway. Okay, so what else were we building? We got prorators that are in. I don't know why I keep closing this, because I'm a moron. So we got prorators that's in. Speaking of that, did my prorator sell? My prorator did not sell. What the fudge? I'll be damned. Somebody undercut me, I guarantee it. Alright. Alright, let's look at damage control. Damage control. Oh, for crying out loud. Okay, that's what we're building right now. It's armor hull tech, so that's fine. Didn't realize I needed them for that too. So, okay. Neo Stone, good to see ya. Is this game all about spaceships? Pretty much. It is a space MMO. Massive multiplayer online game. You fly ships around. There are hundreds of ships in the game. Here are the 4 main factions. Oop, I don't want to drag the ship. I want to drag the thing. But here's the 4 main factions. Galdarii, oh, excuse me, Gallente. Right, Gallente. Come on. MR. Galdarii, Gallente, and Minmatar. These are the 4 main factions. Then you have some sub-factions. So here's Ore, which is more mining ships. This is a pirate faction, Garistas. These are all their ships. And Sasha's Nation, another pirate faction. Blood Raider, another pirate faction. Angel Cartels, another pirate faction. Serpentis, another pirate faction. Sisters of Eve are kind of exploration ships. Mordu's Legion. I haven't done anything with any of these, but I think these are high-end fighting ships. Trig is an alien race that took over a section of the universe. Edencom is a kind of a police force, so that's theirs. Concord is the main police force. Edencom is kind of a universal police force. I would think of this as like the UN, Edencom as a UN, and Concord as your local police. Society of Conscious Thought. These are, I think, exploration ships as well, or shuttles. That's a shuttle. Those are actually free ships that we get from just being around. But yes, a lot of ships. A lot of ships. But the best ship you will build in the game is friendship. I love that, Dark Slider. Yes. Yeah, the main reason I'm back. So I have been playing this guy. Eve went live on Memorial Day weekend 2003. I've been playing since September 2003. I've not played the whole 23 years. But I have played, or excuse me, the whole 22 years. But I have been most of it. And so, but yes, the main reason I'm back is because I stream, and it is a popular one for streaming. There is so many things to do. Do you just fly one? So you only fly one ship at a time, yes. And so I actually multi-box. So here is my main that you're seeing here. This is my secondary account that I also fly, so I can fly 2 ships at a time since I have 2 accounts. I do have some viewers that have 7 and 8 accounts. Each one, if you do the upgrade, each one of them costs you like $20 a month, so that gets expensive. I only have 2. But yeah, you can only fly 1 ship at a time. And so, yep. And so, but yeah, you can get in a fleet with other people. So every, perfect example, every Monday night, USA time, Tuesday morning here in the Philippines. I'm in the Philippines, but I'm originally from Kansas City, Kansas. Just moved a little over a month ago to the Philippines. But yeah, so I do everything in American time as well as Filipino time. But yes, Monday night, American time, we do a mining fleet in high sec space, which is kind of safe space, which is where I am most of the time. And you're welcome to join. But yeah, we allow anyone to join. And yeah, it's a good way to get started in the game. You can get started with a free account. And so it's just, yes, safe space. I'd say safe is kind of a relative term because, yeah, you still have some lawless people that'll mess around in the safe space. But they don't do it as often because the police will come, and Concord is the local police force. They monitor high sec. And so if anybody attacks you in high sec without provocation, they will come and finish them. Probably won't help you, but at least to make you feel a little better. So it does happen from time to time, but never safe anywhere in Eve except an NPC station. That's it. Yeah, that's it. But yeah, it's a very diverse game. It's got a lot of different things you can do. Each of the ships are kind of specialized to different things. You can be an industrialist, which is probably what I primarily do. I build ships and sell them. I started building ships just to build them for myself. And then I started selling them after that, which is what this is. There's exploration. You can kind of go and scan down different things. And is the flying like Star Trek Online or more third person and zooming in and stuff? So here, yeah, I can show you some of that. I don't know where I was headed, but yeah, when you're out here flying around in space, I'm in a space station right now, and so yeah, so there's a lot of space stations that you do trading with and stuff. But here's what this flying looks like. So you have your modules here that you do. This is a cloaking device. So I'm in a covert ops ship, which is a ship that's called a blockade runner. It's one of my favorite ships. It's good for transporting things. It's a transport ship, but stealthily transporting things. So like I said, sometimes in even safe space, it's not safe, especially if you're transporting high value cargo. And so I usually use this ship to transport stuff, but here's your modules that you work. So thanks for the follow, Neostone. But yeah, so this is a cloaking device. I'm too close to the station, so it won't let me cloak. Let me go ahead and get further away. But this is a micro warp drive, which is kind of an accelerator. This is a shield extender. So this is a passive module. I don't have to turn it on. These other two I have to turn on. But this one works. It's extending my shields so that I have more protection. And these are cargo expanders. So I have this one set up. I have this one set up so that I have 11,000 cargo space. 11,500 cargo space. And so that's fairly large for a ship this size, a medium-sized ship. So that's what I use it for, transporting stuff around. And then here, when I cloak, it makes my ship invisible so people can't target me. So you can't cloak. This is a covert ops ship, so I can cloak even while I'm flying. So if I fly over here to another ship, another station. These are stations. These square ones are stations. These fancy ones here are player-owned stations, so you can actually have your own stations. These ones are links in space that used to exist, stargates that are now disrupted. And so I flew up to 0 on that station, and so my cloak went off. Your cloak can't be on when you're too close, so. But yeah, the covert ops cloak is the only one you can warp with. There's a prototype cloak which will allow you to cloak so you can't be targeted, but you can't move with it. 15 of 52. Good job, Jackson. Keep going. And then, yeah. So cloaking's a big deal. It keeps you protected. This ship doesn't have any guns. Normally you'd have guns on here. I have other ships that have guns, so we can look at that. Let me go back here to... You have here's your personal assets. So here's everything I own in the universe. So, and every station that I have it at. So these red ones are considered low sec, which is unsafe space. There is no police in the red ones. And so, and then the blue ones, the dark blue is considered very safe. The lighter blue you're getting, so it's by security status. So the highest security status is 1.0, which are usually trade hubs like this one. And then 0.9, 0.8, all the way down to 0.2. And then here you can see this is actually a trig system here. This is that alien race I was talking about when we were looking at ships. They own these systems. They actually took over 3 or 4 systems. Actually, I think they took over about 10 systems in the universe and disconnected them from the universe. So now there's a special way you have to do to get to them and stuff like that. And so they're enemies of everybody else. And so, but their systems are lawless. So -1. There's also exploration we talked about. There are certain ships you can use to scan down things like wormholes or combat sites, things of that nature. Every NPC, so each of these NPC stations is owned by a corporation, and those corporations will give you missions that you can then level up. So, did I work back there? I don't know if I did. Yeah, so I didn't warp back there. So I'm going to warp back to my station, but I'll show you I've leveled my guys up since I've been playing for 20 years. I've leveled my guys up, so I have level 4 agents, which is one of, not the highest. There are level 5 agents, but I saw my screen name on your screen. You haven't renamed your Astero. No, I left it that way. So that one's not in Jita, it's somewhere else. But yeah, I left it that way so I'd remember who gave it to me. Otherwise, I'll forget. I think it's in Amar. That's why I haven't got it. I went to Amar and picked up some stuff. Yeah, it's in Amar. FBI, yeah. Open up! TheVentedOne, thanks for the raid, buddy. Get you a shout out here, TheVentedOne. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. So yeah, Neo, we really appreciate new players. Like I said, it's I've left the game several times in the past 22 years, but I always come back. It is still the best space game out there. It has a huge diversity of things you can do. With the missions, you can do distribution missions where you just take stuff from one station to another, which are the easiest. You can do combat missions where you kill pirates. You can do not always pirates. Sometimes if you do it for one faction, they'll have you attack the other faction. And so, yes, I did. I put that scanning implant in, JKT. I put that in last stream. I was gonna wait for you to be there, and then I thought I'll probably forget. So yeah, I haven't scanned anything with it since I put it in, but it does look like it's gonna make a huge difference. So thanks for that. I did mention you on the stream if you want to check it out on YouTube for giving it to me. So thanks for that. Snorlax. Good to see you again, buddy. But yeah, so Neo, it's a great game. I would definitely recommend it. You can always, like I said, download it for free. If you just go out to EVE Online, eveonline.com, I think it is. You can download it for free, or it's on Steam. So if you do Steam, you can get it off of Steam. And it does have free accounts. And that's how I would definitely start. If you want to get into some of the higher level ships and stuff, you'll need to upgrade your account to what they call an Omega, which the standard price for an Omega is $20 a month, $19.99, subscription based. But you can get deals where you can get it lower than that. I just did a deal, my last stream actually, 2 days ago, where I bought the Plex, which is a kind of in-game monetary thing. I bought the Plex for a 20% discount and then used the Plex to buy my subscription for a 20% discount, which kind of stretched it out. So yeah, I got a year for both of my guys for about 10 months what it would cost me for one guy. So yeah, so you can kind of get that. But yeah, you can always get it lower than $20 a month. I've been paying $20 a month for a while. Yeah, there's also a referral link. Any one of these guys can give you a referral link that'll get you 1 million skill points. So you have a bunch of skills, and that's what controls what you can do. And so, as you can see, I have a ton of skills. But here's the main ones: is Starship Command. So yeah, so there's a whole bunch of ships. You need a skill for just about everything. And so yeah, that 1 million points will go a long way. And yeah, so yeah, definitely get a link from one of these guys for that. And yeah, give it a try. It's like I said, it's a great game. It's a great game. If you need any help whatsoever, I stream 5 days a week. I don't always stream EVE Online. I usually do EVE Online 3 days a week. But if you ever have an EVE Online question while I'm streaming, I'm more than happy to answer it. But yeah, excellent game. Like I said, I've left several times, mostly because of changes the company's made and that I didn't agree with. And then I always come back. So I'll have to start this on the weekend because it looks like a huge learning curve. It is a pretty big learning curve. And like I said, you're welcome to ask any questions. That's one. So JKT, I do the $20 a month one for the monthly bonus packs with the extra skill point bonus. So I don't know about the skill point bonus. You're going to have to explain that one to me, JKT. I don't know about that one. I was doing the $20 a month. I was doing that for probably the last year. And that's why Jackson, Jackson's the one who helped me find the way to get it discounted. So yeah, the 15K bonus per week, that's a good one. So Star Citizen is similar. Star Citizen, you're walking around as a person. You get on your ship, that kind of stuff. It's more, yeah, I guess first person. This one's not so much first person. They did try to do some stuff with the stations and have you walk around stations, but it didn't work out very well. So yeah, so Dune Awakening, that's another good one. So yeah, but yeah, you can definitely get it for cheaper than the $20 a month. But yeah, the $20 a month is a good one. So But yeah, the Star Citizen is one. Star Citizen's actually kind of got a lot of bad press lately because of their firewall or their paywall stuff that they just implemented. So, especially for their unfinished game. But yeah, I've played Star Citizen as well. There's also another one called Elite Dangerous, if you've ever played that. That's one you can buy off of Steam, and it's very similar to Eve. But you actually walk around the stations, so that's a little bit different. Like I said, it's still got some first person stuff in the stations, kind of like Star Citizen. So, yeah. Yeah, and Eve is the same way. So, Elite Dangerous and Eve are very similar because they have so many things to do. It's so open ended. You really got to have somebody that kind of helps you out and shows you the ropes. And so, there is a thing out here called the agency. And actually, no, the Air Career Program. So this Air Career Program up here at the top, this one, wow, I got a whole bunch of points out here. What's going on? I didn't even realize that. Yeah, so this Air Career Program is a great way to start off. So you can kind of pick which career you want to do. So this is the 4 ways they really break it down. So Enforcer is somebody who's fighting a lot. Explorer, somebody who explores, of course. Industrialist is somebody, what I would call myself, somebody who builds. And then a Soldier of First Fortune is kind of like a mercenary, a bounty hunter, that kind of stuff. And so, yeah, you can kind of do these to see what you like best. And so they've got a whole bunch of things in here that you can go through that you can do, and you get points for it, and you actually get skills and things of that nature that you'll get for it. So it's kind of really nice. And so these are all missions that they'll give you and that kind of stuff, these career agents. So as you can see, I've done all of them. I've been playing for 20 years. This wasn't around 20 years ago, but I've done all of them except for 2 in this one. I haven't done any abyssals yet, and I have done some abyssals now that I think about it, so I don't know why that came up. But and then the career agents. The career agents is kind of a slog, so that takes a little while. But yeah, I ever played the old X series space game? I don't think I've ever played that one. So, Bond, did you get your Air Omega bonus? Maybe that was it. They changed the air rewards in Legion. You get retroactive rewards from doing it in Omega. It's a lot of spill. Yeah, so that's what I just got. I just got 200, 300, 425,000 skill points. So that's awesome. So yeah, I didn't even realize I had those. So that must be what it is. Air career increase, the refer a friend bonus to 1.5 million. So yeah, so that's it. Air career program, split Omega and Alpha. Okay, cool. NyLuigi, good to see you. Thanks for being here. So yeah, Neo, it's a great game, but it does have a pretty big learning curve. So from that perspective, you want to make sure you give it some time. Like I said, you're always welcome to join my stream. Even if I'm not streaming, Eve Online, you're welcome to ask questions. It's never a problem. So, and you can always reach out to me personally as well. I have Discord. You can always ask on there. There's a lot of people that play Eve on there. I've got an Eve channel on there. You can always ask in there. But it's a really good game. I'm going to go and apply these skill points because I have some things I want to get taken care of. So like this Wing Commander. This one. All right, now it's down to 17 days. All right, so let's see if we can move this down. 17's gonna put us here. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, you can move skills around. So this is your skill queue. So as an alpha, you'll only get, I think, 1 day, or maybe it's 2 days. You can't plan it out this far. As an Omega, you'll be able to plan it out a lot further. I have 347 days. So I got more than a year on here. So 9 days. Yep, so that'll work. So yeah, so I'll get those in there. But yeah, I just used all those skill points. So that was a nice bonus. Got that down to 17 days. So He'll answer Eve while playing Ark. Yeah, I will. I'll answer Eve while playing Ark, while playing Baldur's Gate, well, whatever. Doesn't matter. Nah, you can plan it as much as you want. Okay, I wasn't sure. Just limited on selection of skills. Okay. I was disappointed combat was so dull in Eve compared to X3. Okay, yeah, I don't. So I think I have played. I have played another one. Let me check my Steam. So my Steam has like 400 and some games in it. So, but there was a X4, X4 Foundations I played, and you're right. The battles in it, the space combat in it was a lot more intense. But yeah, just limited to 5 million skill points totals in Alpha Clone. Okay, so that's it. Yeah, so once you get to 5 million skill points, you'll have to upgrade in order to learn anything else. So X4 was right after X3. Yeah, I never played X3, but I did start with X4. And I love X4. But it's always one of those, it's such a slog that I can never seem to finish the main storyline stuff. So, but yeah, Neo, great game. Like I said, if you ever need anything, always feel free to reach out. I play this one at least 3 times a week. So I stream 5 days a week now that I'm retired. Like I said, I originally am from the America, Kansas City region. My wife is from the Philippines. So I retired early at 57 back in April. And so, yeah, Baldur's Gate is what I'm streaming right now on Mondays. So, Monday my time, Sunday night America time. So, and so, yeah, but yeah, I just moved to the Philippines. We've been here going on 2 months. Very, very, very happy with my retirement. Saving a lot of money. That was the number one reason for moving here, was to save money. There's no way in America I could have retired at 57. So I'm loving the Philippines, other than the heat. And so, but yeah, other than the heat. And so, which I'm a winter guy, so I knew the heat was going to be a problem. But it's all working out. We were just talking. I hear the heat and the bugs. The bugs haven't bothered me, and it's kind of weird. There are a lot, like we have ants in our house every day. There's like no way to keep them out. And I'm sure there's a way, I just haven't figured it out yet. But we're actually building a house here in the Philippines. So right now we're in a rental, and so there's a limit on what I can do here. But we're trying to select a contractor now to build our house, which we're about our land is about a half hour from where we're living, and so we're getting excited to get that started. And so, are you guys going to farm or anything, or just going to live? So we're probably going to grow some things. My wife wants some fruit trees and some of the vegetables that she likes. Honestly, it's cheaper to buy vegetables here than it is to grow them yourself, to be perfectly honest. I mean, because they sell everything dirt cheap, and literally dirt cheap. So it's been kind of ridiculous. So I think it's actually would be more work, but we have a large lot, just short of 1,200 square meters, so 1,200. I think it's a 1170. And the house we've designed with an architect is only 156 square meters with a pool in the back. So I will have a pool. That was my requirements. I told her the house is hers. She can design any way she wants, as long as it has an office for me to be able to do my gaming and my streaming, and a pool so that I can go jump in when I get too hot, which will probably happen every day. And so we also have, like I said, we have a guest suite, so we've got it set up. Mondomaster, good to see you. So how much was the hit? I'm not sure what you mean, but yeah, that's awesome. So it's been super, super cheap here to live. So, well, it must be a bug. Log off on seems to have fixed it. I can complete the mission now. Excellent. Glad to hear you got past it, Lego. You might mention it to them. Now, they won't fix it for a while, but at least if you got it out there. Sounds like Jackson got past that, though, so that's kind of weird. But yeah, we're really pleased with it. GarouDemi, good to see you. Always good to check out my Discord. There's my Discord. I've got channels on there for all the games I play. I've done a whole bunch. Like I said, I got over 400 games on my Steam, so I haven't streamed them all, but he was on the 4th mission in the Sisters of Eve arc, and it got stuck. So yeah. So yes, Neo Stone. I could not live without an air conditioner here. So yes. So the air conditioner here, I have an air conditioner, a 2 horsepower air conditioner in my office that runs 24/7. Hasn't been 365 yet, but it will run 24/7, 365, except when the electric's off, which happens here. It only happens like once or twice a week. Where our land is, it happens a lot. So we're gonna have solar power so that we don't have to deal with the electric brownouts. So. But yes, also have an air conditioner in our bedroom that runs 24 hours. So yeah, that's when we were talking about just the other day. We did not get our electric bill for April because our electric meter burned out. I guess because we were using too much electric, so it burned out the meter, and so they just gave us electric for free for the month of April since they didn't know how much we used, which bad for them, good for us. So then they put in a heavy duty meter, which they made us pay for, which, okay. And a lot of things different here in the Philippines. And so we finally got a bill the end of May, and our total bill for April and May, because they did some kind of averaging thing in order to try and recoup some of their loss, was $100. So, and that's with us running the air conditioner 24/7. And so 2 air conditioners 24/7. So yeah, so we're doing really well here, really well. So yeah. And my place in Kansas City, I'd have $400 electric bill several times. So hi Jax, good to see you, buddy. So yeah, and the electric here is the most expensive utility. Our water, I mean. So we have water that comes to the house. That's like $10 a month, and when we have drinking water, I think that's probably running us about $20 a month. And so, gonna do central heat in your new casa. So no, they don't do any central stuff here. So there's no central air here. They only have split units, or then they have what they call a cabinet unit, which are really high priced. We might, sorry, Hijax, your comment got banned by my auto mod, so I released it. So, but yeah, so they don't do any central heat here. So, there's no heat here at all, but they don't do any central air. So yeah, so the houses are all made of concrete. And so concrete blocks. So yeah, so not a whole lot of venting, because one of the things I thought about, would it be nice, the 2 horsepower in my office is way too powerful. The office is not very big. Once I get my green screen, I'll probably give you guys a tour. But yeah, the office is not very big, and the 2 horsepower is pumping it out way good. And so I would think it would be great if we put some vents in that we could open and let the vent, so it would vent out into the other rooms, which would be nice. Because the bedroom's right next door, so we could probably cover both of those with one. But being this is a rental, I can't make those kind of changes. So yeah, there's no heat here. It never gets we got down to 79 yesterday because it pretty much rained all day. And that's the coolest it's gotten here so far. And so, but yeah, you don't really need any heat here. So, yep. But yeah, everything's built out of concrete. So, no problem, Hijax, on the comment. My auto mod, it gets a little carried away. But yeah, so the water here. So we do have 2 types of water. We can't drink the water that comes out of the tap. So. But that's, like I said, that's cost us about $10 a month for the water in the tap for showering and washing dishes and toilets and that kind of stuff. And then it's costing us, I think, probably about $20 a month for the drinking water that we do. So better too hot than too cold. Yeah, I don't know. My philosophy has always been, you can put on more clothes and nobody gets upset, but yeah, you can only take off so much before somebody starts saying, "Yo, fat dude, put some clothes on." So yeah, but yeah, I understand where you're coming from, Mondomaster. So $100 a month for water here, yeah. So that's crazy. So yeah, so I like the cold and I do like the winter. So this is going to be a big change for me. But my wife was in America for 18 years. We just celebrated our 18th wedding anniversary a couple weeks ago. And she was there the whole time. I brought her in as a fiance in the early 2000s. And, oh, yeah, ads are coming. Sorry. But yeah, so I brought her in as a fiance in 2006, I think, 2007. And so, yeah, we were married for 18 years as of this year. So, yeah, yeah, we watched the 90 Day Fiance show a couple times, and yeah, it was not accurate. They only put the real drama cases on TV. So, but we actually watched it for a little bit, wanting to see, because that's what she was. She was a 90 Day Fiance. So, but yeah, it was kind of funny. But yeah, the we've been real pleased here. So yeah, so she was up. Oh, there's the ads. So yeah, I'll wait for the ads and then we'll go on. Three. Yeah. Greater. 104 million. Yeah, we'll wait for the ads to end here and then I'll go on some more because we got a lot of people who are not subscribed. So don't want to cut them out. $80 million. All right, let me go get that. Life support backup. All right. Yeah, mine says there's still 16 seconds left. So yes, my wife is from the Philippines. So that was so the main reason for moving here was because it's cheaper. There's no way I would have been able to retire at 57 without moving someplace cheaper. American healthcare alone would have killed me. And so I'm very healthy, knock on wood. both my wife and I have been very blessed. And so, but yes, the second reason was that she's from the Philippines, so I can't own anything here in the Philippines as an American citizen. And so that's kind of a big deal. And so she is able to own everything. So like I said, we've been married for 18 years, so I'm not concerned about that. That's just kind of she's she's a keeper. So yeah. So from that perspective, that's kind of worked out. But yeah, she is originally from here. So she was in her 40s when I brought her to America. So yes, it is. Yes, it is. I am trying to learn the language. The one nice thing about the Philippines is they all speak English here, so they understand you. They're uncomfortable speaking English because they're self-conscious. So very few of them will speak English to me, but they all understand me when I ask them something. So the problem is they respond in Tagalog, which I don't understand. So then I'm kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. So yes, it is good. Perfect example we were just talking about earlier. I'm ordering from Shopee, which is the Amazon, the Philippine Amazon equivalent, and so yeah, so they always text me. You have to give them your phone number when you order from Shopee. And so they always text me when they're going to deliver stuff, and they always text me in Tagalog, of course. And so I give the phone to my wife, and of course she responds in Tagalog, and then that doesn't help me, but it is helping me learn. So, but yeah, so I hopefully we were just talking. I just got Starlink yesterday, so I've had trouble getting Starlink here because Starlink is sold out. So I'm in the Batangas province, which is just south of Manila. And so Manila has sold out their allotment of Starlink kits, and so I wasn't able to get Starlink. I've been on the waiting list for 3 months to try and get Starlink. The internet I have here it's not horrible, but it's definitely not as good as what I had in America. And so I wanted to get the Starlink. So we found out that I could drive to a mall in the near, 2 hours away, 2.5 hours away, and buy the Starlink kit. So we did that yesterday. So now I have Starlink, but it's not installed yet. They were able to sell me, a typical thing here in the Philippines, they were able to sell me the kit, which it took me months to find that out. So they were able to sell me the kit. There is one reseller here in the Philippines that is the only one legal to sell Starlink here in the Philippines, called Silicon Valley. And so when I found that out, I tracked them down, and they were able to give me information on the closest store where I could buy a kit that still had a kit left. So I went and bought the kit, but they did not have the mounting pole that it needs. It needs to be mounted on your roof. And so they did not have the mounting pole. So of course I had to order that off of Shopee. And so everything from Shopee takes 2 or 3 days. There's no 2-day shipping here. So yeah, so everything takes two days to a week to get it. Sometimes longer. I think I just got something that was 2 weeks. And so yeah, but they text me when they're going to deliver, and they text me in Tagalog. So I'm trying to learn Tagalog. I can reply to them in English if I understand what they're saying. I can reply to them in English and they'll understand, and then they'll reply again in Tagalog. But of course, then I got to translate that again. So I've been getting good at kind of translating it with Google Translate when my wife's not around. So, but yeah, my wife, her whole family is here. So she has 2 brothers that live in Canada. She has a sister that lives in Japan who's actually here in the Philippines now on vacation. They're hanging out downstairs. And so, yeah, so it's kind of 22 out of 52. Way to go, Jackson. Keep going. But yeah, so I've been very pleased with my retirement. I definitely recommend it for any of you considering it, especially if you're going to go somewhere cheaper. Because yeah, we had estimated living here on about $2,000 a month. And we're probably actually spending less than half that. So we estimated high, of course. And, but yeah, we're probably, if I really got down to it, we're probably living on just over $1,000 a month. So, and that's with the rental. So once we build the house, we won't have rent. So that'll cut that down considerably. My rent here, though, for a 4-bedroom, 2-bath house, well, I got the whole house, 4-bedroom, 2-bath, is $300 a month. So, roughly. So the house is going to run about, so it's 156 square meters is the house. I think we're looking at about 5 to 6 million for the house, Filipino, which comes to about 120,000 American. And then I think it's going to be another million for the pool. So another 20,000. So roughly right at 150,000 is what we'll spend for the house. So yeah, so very difficult to get a house in America for 150,000. And square meters is 156 square meters, which I'm not sure how many feet that comes out to. Let me do the calculation quick. Square meters to square feet. So it's 156 square meters. So that's roughly about 1,700 square meters. So, yeah. Excuse me, square feet. 1,700 square feet. So yeah. So it's not a small house, but it's not a big house either. It's all one level. It's a bungalow style is what they call it here. We don't want any stairs. This place has stairs. So this is a 4-bedroom, 2-bath. Excuse me, 4-bedroom, 2-bath. And like I said, we're spending $300 a month here. And then the utilities, like I said, are running us probably less than $200 a month for the utilities. So $500 we're in. The other 500, we're spending on food. So yeah, 300 square feet at $900 a month. Yeah, that's it. I live in Miami. We live in a 3 townhouse, $400K. Yep. Yeah, and that's pretty good for Miami. So, but yeah, it is a crazy difference here. Crazy difference. So I would definitely recommend it. They speak English. You can get all the American food you want. It's a little more expensive. They have the Costco equivalent here is called S&R. S and plus sign R. I always thought it was SNR, but it's SNR. I don't know what it stands for, but yeah, it's like the Costco equivalent. So you go there, you buy stuff, and so. But yeah, except for bacon. Now you can get bacon at SNR too. So yeah, they don't do, so it's a big pig area. And so that's where Jackson's coming from. We've talked about this on stream. So the main meat that they have here in the Philippines is pig. They raise pigs, they cook pigs, they do everything. Lechon is one of their big ones where they cook the whole pig. And so for our 18th wedding anniversary, we took the whole family to a resort. We bought a lechon, 30-pound lechon, which cost us quite a bit. And so, yeah, but it's weird. They do pig, but they have no bacon. Bacon is not a common thing here because it needs to be cured. And in the very, very humid here, very difficult to cure things. So yeah, but at the S&R, they do have bacon. It's expensive, very expensive. They have steak, American steak, beef steak. So they have a version of beef here. It's not American beef, but it is a cow type of. They call it a carabao. Timer's hosed now. Oh, that's not good. I forgot to accept the mission before I left. That's only 6 jumps. That won't be bad. That won't be bad. But I've done that. I'm laughing because I've done that. So, multiple times. Yeah. But yeah, so I've had, and that's probably the nicest thing. I am eating better here than I have ever eaten in my life. It's weird because one of the vloggers that I watch, another American, he lives in the north. He's complained that he can't eat healthy here. And I guess he's meaning that he can't eat healthy American-wise, because I don't know what he's talking about. So, perfect example, 2-3 weeks ago, here, so we're in the province. Here, somewhere local, they were killing a carabao. So they killed the carabao. They chopped it up, butchered it. We bought the meat fresh, brought it home, cooked some of it, and had it on our table same day it was killed. So super fresh. All the vegetables are super fresh, super cheap. And so, yeah, so we get seafood super cheap. The problem here, though, is that when they eat fish, I love fish, but when they eat fish, they eat the whole fish. The scales, the tail, the eyes, the lips, the fins, they eat it all. And that's not my way. So I haven't done a whole lot of fish yet. The shrimp, they get huge shrimp. I mean, but the problem is they don't peel the shrimp. So fish cheeks are great, yeah. Yeah, they love the eyes. The eyes are considered a delicacy here, and so they fight over who's going to get the eyes out of the fish. I'm like, no, the head. In fact, my wife was looking, when we were at S&R, they had salmon heads. Just the head of the salmon that they were selling. Top dollar. And my wife wanted to buy them because she wanted to they make soup out of it. And so, thank me later. Yep. Let them have the eyes and you take the cheeks. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, they eat everything. So, they let nothing go to waste. So, where I grew up, my dad always telling me, don't eat those fish bones. They'll get caught in your throat. You'll die. Here, my wife's like, I've been eating fish bones since I was 4 years old. Which is probably why she's so tough. So, yeah, so the wife and I have been married 18 years. Definitely the best thing that ever happened to me. I was married before. I was married to an American woman before that I affectionately referred to as Satan. That's a whole nother story. You can catch some other streams for that. But I have 2 kids with her. 31-year-old daughter, 32-year-old daughter, and about to be 27-year-old son that are both still in America. My 32-year-old daughter has about to be 15-year-old daughter, which is my granddaughter. So I have a 15-year-old granddaughter, which is probably where some of the silver comes from, hence the silver wolf. Yeah, she gave birth the first day of her senior year in high school. So, didn't think school was stressful enough. So, she gave birth first day of her senior year. So, but yeah, it's all what it is. Like I said, I am one of those. I have no regrets, none whatsoever, because I am very pleased with where I am right now. And if I was to change anything in my life, it would mean that I would not be where I am right now. So, and I think that's just the way you got to look at things. So, always moving forward, always improving things. So, but yeah, very pleased with where I am. Very pleased with my wife. Yeah, it's amazing. I was married to my first wife for 13 years. I remember every day super painfully. I knew we got married because she got pregnant with my daughter. And I knew 4 months later, after we got married, that when she gave birth, that I had made a horrible mistake. But I went through a divorce as a kid. My parents got divorced when I was 8, I think. And so, yeah. And so I didn't want to do that to my kids. So yeah. Yeah, the U.S. misses you, Bond. We need you back here. Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm loving it here. I am really loving it here. Like I said, it could be a little cooler. Like I said, yesterday was 79. It was perfect. But it was cloudy and raining all day long. So not really perfect temperature-wise. Not really a perfect day. We were at the malls. We were at multiple malls, and not a good day to be at malls if it's pouring down rain. No covered parking here. Well, that's not completely true. There is some covered parking, but they charge an arm and a leg for it. Arm and a leg by Filipino standards. Still not much by us. I remember when I lived in D.C. So I originally grew up on the East Coast, outside of Philadelphia, a place called Coatesville. Went to college upstate Pennsylvania, small state school near State College. Place called Lock Haven, nobody's ever heard of. And moved to Virginia after that. After I graduated, moved to Maryland, and then moved to Virginia when I met my first wife. Moved in with her in Virginia. And then from there, we moved to back to Maryland, and then from Maryland we moved to Kansas City. And so then I was in Kansas City for 27, 28 years before we moved here to the Philippines. So if I had 3 million US in hand, would that be enough to retire from 55? So Jack said, just to give you an idea, I don't have anywhere near 3 million. I don't even have half of 3 million. I don't even have a quarter of 3 million in my 401k. And I retired at 57. Okay? And it's going to last me, between it and Social Security, will last me well past the rest of my life. Yeah, I don't have a quarter of 3 million. So yes. And like I said, and I'm using that to build a house. So I'm going to use part of my 401k to build a house. We also own another property here, which we're trying to sell. And that probably will offset some of that if we sell it. They're wanting me to take a hit on it. It's worth 5 million local, which is 100,000 American, which would almost pay for the whole house. I'm willing to sell it for 4 million local, which is 80,000 American. I have someone who wants to buy it, but they don't want to give me more than 3 million, which is 60,000, and I know they're just going to resell it for the 100,000. So and so I'm not willing to give it to them. My wife is getting upset with me because I won't sell it to them for the 3 million, but I know it's actually worth about 5.5 million local. So yeah. But I'm pretty sure it'll sell here eventually. I'm not too worried about it. I've got enough in my 401k to survive till our Social Security kicks in at 62. In fact, just doing the calculations now, we might even be able to go to 67, which would get us even more Social Security. Not that we need it, because my Social Security is going to be way more than the $2,000 I'm living on now. So, and then we'll also get, not only will I get Social Security, my wife worked for, 15 years in America. So she'll get half of my Social Security once I file. So yeah, we're going to get 1.5 times my Social Security. So we're going to be really set once Social Security kicks in. And so, yeah, and we'll be living in our house. So we'll be actually living on less. So yeah, it's a win-win-win-win-win all over. So, like I said, all I had to do was never see snow again. So, which probably not a big loss. Kansas City had a really bad winter last winter, so I'm sure I won't miss it this year, but I might miss it next year. So, my wife was, like I said, was in America for 18 years, and she said she was, temperature-wise, she was miserable the whole time. She was never comfortable. And now, after being here for 2 months, I understand why. Because, yeah, it never, like I said, we had 79 yesterday, and that's the lowest it's been since we got here. Normal temperature is between 95 and 100 every day. So, maybe you can travel up north for a ski trip. Yeah, that's the weird part here. They do have some mountains that have snow on them, but nobody lives anywhere near there. They are not skiers. I don't know why, because they've got some beautiful mountains here. But nobody lives in the mountains because they like the heat. And so just put more chicken in the cooker. There you go. So, yeah. But, yeah, it's funny because the only bowling, I'm a big bowler, so I bowled when I streamed from Kansas City. I wasn't able to stream on Tuesday nights because that was my bowling night. And there are bowling alleys here, but they're all on military bases. I did not serve in the American military. Probably one of the few expats here that didn't, because most of them found out about the Philippines from the military, and so I'm not able to get onto the bowling alleys because they're all on military bases. So yeah, I got rid of my bowling ball before we came, so I had to give up bowling as well. But yeah, it's weird. They have different things that they focus on. So yeah, skiing and bowling are not one of them. So you can't get clearance. I don't know. I haven't tried. I probably could. We're not really close to any of the bases, so the closest one is probably Clark, and that's probably 7 or 8 hour drive. And so definitely not someplace I'm going to go just to bowl. I do have a expat vlogger that lives near Clark that I'd like to go visit, but that's exactly. I was pretty pissed when I had to drive 10 minutes to my bowling alley in Kansas City. But yeah. And my wife's not a big bowler, so yeah, it wasn't a big deal. So, but yeah, she said, and when she told me that she had been temperature-wise, she had not been comfortable the whole time she was in America. And we had a couple 100-degree days, a couple summers in Kansas City, but nothing consistent. But even then, she said it wasn't the Philippine 100 degrees, Yep. And that's what I told her. That was my only requirement. I said I had to have an office, and I had to have a nice office so that I could do my streaming, because the streaming I picked up as a hobby just so I'd have something to do in my retirement. And I really, really, really enjoy it. Really enjoy it. But then I said the other one was it's going to be hot, so I need a pool. Now, as it turns out, it may be that because it's so hot here, the pool will always be, 80 degrees anyway. So it may not be a cool off thing, but it'll be wet. So I figured no matter what, it'll be fine. I had to do a trade-off. The pool can't be any deeper than, I think, 5 feet because my wife can't swim, which don't get me started on that. Very few people here in the Philippines can swim. Even though they grow up on an island, they don't know how to swim. I haven't been able to figure that one out. We went to a resort several years ago. So when I was married to my wife and we lived in America, we would come home every 2 years so she could see her family. And that was one of the promises I made her when I shipped her to America. I said, I'll bring you home every 2 years, and when we retire, we'll retire to the Philippines. I never honestly thought retirement would happen, so it's actually been a huge godsend. And so, but when we moved there, so anyway, one time when we were home, we took everybody to a beach resort, and the water here is fantastic, clear as glass, just fantastic. One of the leading places for scuba divers here. In fact, I actually got my certification, first level certification scuba diving here several years ago. And so, yeah, beautiful place for scuba diving if you like to scuba dive. But anyway, I went out and I swam out into the ocean, over the coral reef. I was way out there because I love to swim, and I love to swim in a clean ocean, The oceans we have in America are definitely not clean. I mean, we've done an incredible job polluting the crap out of them. So this was just fantastic. And I'm out there having the time of my life, just relaxing, floating on the waves, just loving it. I look back to the beach and I see my wife is there jumping up and down, like waving at me. And I'm like, oh, for Christ's sake, now what? So she's telling me, come back. So I swim all the way back. I mean, I was way out there. So I'm exhausted. I swim all the way back. And she says, hey, you're making the lifeguard nervous. And I said, okay. She said, because they don't know how to swim and you're way too far out for them to save you. And I said, well, since I know most Filipinos can't swim, I'm not counting on them saving me. I said, I know how to swim. If something happens, you just try to make sure you find my body so you can get the inheritance. I said, but other than that, don't worry about it. I died doing what I love. Yeah, that's what I said. I said, that's kind of the definition of lifeguard. But she said, yeah, you're making them nervous because they can't swim. Yeah, here they say when they're swimming, they're standing in it up to their waist, jumping up and down. That's swimming. And so, what? I've seen the waters around New York, and they're like an Olympic swimming pool. There you go. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what was it? What was that Seinfeld episode where Kramer is swimming in the Hudson? What's that smell? Yeah. But yeah, I knew from the lifeguard perspective that they probably couldn't swim. And so I was like, yeah, I'm not counting on them saving me, sweetheart. I'm fine, okay? But I think it was more I was making her nervous, which she does not like at all. Which I told her. I mean, especially then. When I was working, I had life insurance that totaled 8 times my salary, which, let's be honest, I worked for a small bank in the Midwest, but I made very good money. I made a very good living working for that small bank for 25 years. So, and I had life insurance through them that totaled 8 times my salary if anything happened, so that she would be provided for. So she would have been much better off. Once I quit, once I retired, there's no life insurance anymore. So I told her, yeah, if you're gonna, what's up, RavenGalactic? Good to see you. Said if you're gonna cash out on this life insurance, you're gonna need to do it sometime right before I retire. So you're gonna need to do it sometime in the next week, because once I retire, there ain't no more life insurance, baby. But yeah, she's a really good woman. I really lucked out. She is definitely the best thing that ever happened to me. Like I said, I remember when my first wife. I remember the 13 years. I remember every day super painfully. Because it was, I knew it was wrong, but I didn't want my kids to suffer. And then after 13 years, she demanded a divorce, which I was more than happy to give her. So, but yeah, with this one, I can't believe it's been 18 years. I really can't. It seems like we just got together, a year or two ago. It's been that amazing. So that's how you know she's a keeper. If she wanted money, she would have offered you. Yep. First wife, you had no life insurance, no incentives for her. Yeah, I think I did have life insurance, but I definitely didn't have 8 times my salary. So yeah, because she probably would have taken it. She was, like I said, I affectionately referred to her as Satan. So if she's not Satan, she is somehow related, because she has been a thorn in my side since the day we met. She gave me 2 beautiful children. I'll give her credit for that. But even after we were divorced, she still continued to cause me grief. She still continues to cause me grief today, even though I am 10,000 miles away. Mostly because of my son. My son lives with her, and she made a deal with my son when he was 18 that as long as he never left her, she would pay all his bills for the rest of his life. And him being 18, he was like, deal. And so yeah, so now I'm frustrated because my son is approaching 27. Yeah, 27. He'll be 27 in August. Still living at home, doesn't have a driver's license. Yeah, he does have a job, but he works the same place as mom works, because mom drives him to work every day. Yeah, she's kind of ruining his life, but luckily she was 8 years older than me, so she won't be around forever. So I figure once she's gone, he's not going to know how to do anything. It's really sad. He went to college. He did get a free scholarship to college. Missouri has something they call an A+ program, where if you graduate with a certain GPA, you can get your first 2 years at a community college for free. He failed out his first year of community college. Said, I don't think college is for me, Dad. And I said, that's fine. I don't require you to go to college. I don't think, I remember college wasn't really for me, but I needed a good job. So I struggled through it. But I told him, you at least got to get a career. And so he works for a machine shop, and he has been learning the trade of the machine shop and has been doing very well there. Like I said, they've told him that if he actually gets his license, he could help out with them and doing deliveries and stuff. But he's working towards his license, but I'm shocked that at 27 he doesn't have his license. But I guess with the younger generation, that's not that bad. I guess there's a lot of them like that now that take Uber everywhere, which I can't understand. But he doesn't do anything other than go to work, which Mom takes him to, and play computer games, which it kind of didn't fall far from the tree there. So that's pretty much what my retirement has come down to. So, but yeah, it's he's a good kid. I say kid, he's 27, so he's not really a kid anymore, but he still acts like a kid. So yeah, he's a good kid. But yeah, his mom has kind of ruined him, and I really got upset with her and told her, I said, you're ruining your son's life. You're not letting him, become self-sufficient, get out on his own, do what he needs to do to survive. I said, you're not going to be around forever. Let's be honest. Okay, she used to smoke 3 packs of cigarettes a day, so I wasn't expecting her to make this long, but she finally quit smoking, and I think that's the only reason she's still around now. But I said, you're not going to be around forever, and, he's going to be SOL because he's got nothing to fall back on. And she said, what do I care? I'll be gone. And I'm like, I can't believe I ever married you. I really can't. I said, because no one that I could spend any time with could be that blatantly callous about their child's life and well-being. And she's very, very selfish. Very, very selfish. So, yeah. But like I said, she's been causing me problems forever. So, but my son thinks the world of her. So, in fact, that's probably why I'll never have another bond to my name. Because I'm pretty sure no woman will ever live up to his mom's standard. So, at least while she's alive. Like I said, once she passes on, my plan is to get him a passport, get him a ticket to the Philippines, get him here, and marry him off to the first Filipina I can find to straighten his butt out as quickly as possible. So, not probably the first Filipina I can find, because I'm already looking at Filipinas to see how qualified they are. And I have one in mind. She's a little older than him, but that might work out better. Help him grow up some. Which normally with Filipinas you usually go younger than older, but yeah, my brother-in-law's wife, she has a daughter from previous to him. And her daughter is a very good-looking girl. She's in her 30s though. So, and of course, as most, like I've talked about this before, but the women here in the Philippines outnumber the men 5-1. So there are a lot of unmarried Filipina here. My wife was in her 40s. Actually, she was in her late 30s when we met. She was in her 40s, early 40s when we got married. We talked for 1.5 years online before I came to the Philippines and met her in person, which was a requirement for the 90-day fiance. I asked her to marry me. I asked her family if I could ask her to marry me. I asked her to marry me. She said yes, after joking about it for a while. And I came home after that trip and started the paperwork. And 6 months, almost 6 months to the day, she was in America. She got approved and was in America, and we got married. So yeah, it's taken a lot longer than that now, but still a good way to go. The problem is now finding a good one, because there are a lot of scammers. So, but yes, I am very lucky. I am very lucky. So, very blessed. So, because it's really, she is my wife, my current wife is the best thing that's ever happened to me. So, but yeah, I've kind of got somebody picked out for my son. Now I just need his mom to pass away. So, not that I'm wishing for it, but I wouldn't be adverse to her being struck by lightning or something. So, whatever speeds it along. Because yeah, the sooner I get him out of that situation and get him to where he gets to be a little more self-sufficient, the better off he's going to be. So, but yeah, so, and like I said, I kind of already got somebody picked out. I don't know. Need a rogue bus. Yeah, that's the problem. The wench doesn't go anywhere. She's very careful. So, she actually was diagnosed with diabetes several years ago, and so ever since that, she's become really careful about everything, which I'm like, come on! But it's funny. So I rode the bus when her and I were getting divorced, and we need a rogue candy bar. There you go. So yeah, I rode the bus when her and I were getting divorced. So I rode the bus from one of the outskirts, one of the suburbs of Kansas City into Kansas City every day because it was just faster than driving. And so it's funny because all the people on the bus had heard, my whole drama and saga about that, and they were like, if she turns up dead, we're all going to be witnesses at your trial. And I said, no, if she turns up dead and I did it, I'll take full credit. I said, because I don't care what those guys have done. I don't care what prison it is. None of them have killed Satan. And if I kill Satan, I'll be running that place inside a year. I mean, I might even get, a community service award, Buy her a free skydiving trip, yeah. Yeah. That's funny because I did skydiving here several years ago. It was one of the things on my bucket list. Fantastic. Definitely recommend it. But yeah, I never get her to do it. That would be perfect. Yeah. But yeah, no, it was like, and that's what I told him. I said, yeah, if I do it, I'm going to take credit for it. But yeah, I had my kids. I didn't want, we watch those crime dramas. We watch them all the time. The husband kills the wife, or the wife kills the husband. So now the one spouse is dead, the other one's going to prison, and the kids end up in foster care. I'm like, nah, I can't do that to my kids. The whole reason I stayed married to her for 13 years was to not put them through any pain and suffering, for crying out loud. So yeah, it wasn't until she demanded the divorce that I finally let up. And like I said, that's a whole nother story. Because the way she demanded the divorce was, in a way, she gambled. Because she knew how against divorce I was because of the kids. That she gambled in a way where she made me angry enough to give her the divorce, but not angry enough to kill her. So, which was a very risky gamble. So, luckily I was stable enough to not go the other route. But like I said, from the conversations on the bus, everybody thought I was going to kill her, which, I thought about it, believe me. But yeah, my kids always came into it. I sent her a Christmas card probably 2 or 3 years after we were divorced. I didn't sign it, but I wrote in it, you ought to hug those kids and kiss those kids because they are the only reason you're still breathing air with the rest of us. And she thanked me for being so honest. So, hey, my days of lying to you are gone, babe. I'm not married to you anymore. No need to lie. But yeah, I told her I like the whole thing with my son. I'm like, you're ruining his life. He's like, I don't care. I'm like, what? Sam Kinison, before he passed, he said something. He said, he said, I don't condone wife beating, but I know what turns Mr. Hand into Mr. Fist. And if you poke the bear, you're going to get the claws. And that was the way it was with my ex-wife. She would always try to see how far she could push me. And thank God. Thank God. But yeah, I am very well off now. In fact, I am so well off, it's hard to believe because I got a fantastic wife. I'm living in a fantastic paradise for dirt cheap. Once I get my star, that's what my wife said. She said, "Are you happy?" Because we got my Starlink yesterday, and I said, "As soon as I get my Starlink hooked up, I will have the trifecta. Got a beautiful wife, got a beautiful place to live, I got beautiful internet. As a man, I don't need anything else. All good." But yes, I would definitely Filipinas. Filipinas are they're stubborn. They're a very stubborn breed. But honestly, I think that's an asset, not a negative. Because as Americans, we are very hard to put up with. And my wife is a saint. She puts up with a lot. And if she wasn't so stubborn, she would have probably left a long time ago. No, but yeah, she is a saint. She is a saint. I can say that because she's not listening. So, but anyway, we got off on a big tangent there. So, which is normal, as you guys will realize. I ain't got no problem talking. I could talk all day, every day. So Upwell Freighter is 40 minutes. I'm going to see about building this one. How did you meet her? So actually, that's a funny story. I have a buddy who actually played Eve with me. That's how we met. He lives in South Dakota. He was married to a Filipina. And so I was going through my divorce. He said, "Man, you got to get yourself a Filipina." And they had been married about 5 years when my wife got here. So about 2 or 3 years at that time. And he said he met her in a chat room. And he said, "Go to this chat room and you'll meet all kinds of Filipina." So I went to that chat room, and by far it was the worst chat room I have ever been in my entire life. I mean, there were women that were offering anything to come to America. There were gays that were offering anything to come to America. Not there's anything wrong with that. I mean, I'm not a prude by any state of the imagination, but it was overwhelming. And my wife is a prude. And she was in that chat room. And she was the only, I probably talked to, I said it was somewhere between 25 and 50 women in one night. She was the only one I ever wanted to talk to again. And I thought she was fake because she was so much different than all the others. But we took it out of that chat room and we took it on Yahoo Messenger because this was back in 2005. And we started talking on Yahoo Messenger, and we talked every day for a year and a half before I finally came to the Philippines to meet her in person. I had sent her a webcam, so we did video chatting and that kind of stuff. And so I knew she was real, that she at least looked like a woman. She wasn't, a transvestite, which happens here quite a bit. So you got to be careful. Some of them really look like women. So, but yeah, unless you're into that. If you're into that, that's fine too. Nothing wrong with that. But to each his own. But yeah, she was smoking hot. She's still smoking hot. I had a shirt on yesterday for my stream, or no, the day before, Wednesday. A shirt on Wednesday for my stream that said, "I love my smoking hot wife." One of her Filipina friends bought that for me. I love to wear that shirt. She hates it. But yeah, she's smoking hot. She's still smoking hot 20 years later. And yeah, I really way out of my league. Way out of my league. But yeah, she was in her late 30s, never married, never been with a man, never even had a boyfriend. And I was like, what the hell's going on here? So yeah, but that's the way it is here in the Philippines. It's like there are a lot of old maids. So she's got 5 sisters, 4 brothers. And yeah, all her siblings are married. All of her siblings but one are married. She has the oldest one is not married. Uh, she's an old maid, never married. Yeah, 5 sisters. So yeah, 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 yeah. The eldest is not married, but all the others are married, and all the others are married to Filipinos. Um, she has her sister from Japan that's here now. She was married to a half Japanese, half Filipino. So he was the only other foreigner. She's the only one that married a true foreigner, I guess. And and the family has been very welcoming, very well, fantastic family. It's funny because one of my sisters-in-law married to my brother-in-law. She mentioned at the family gathering. So we took the whole family to our 18th wedding anniversary celebration at a resort, mountain resort, hot spring resort. And one of the sister-in-laws mentioned there. She said, you know, she was complaining about her husband, my brother-in-law, who he drinks, he smokes, he's most of the Filipinos here run around. He doesn't at least run around, so at least that's good. But she was complaining about him, and she says, the only reason I've stayed is because his family is so fantastic. They are fantastic to me. They're fantastic to my kids. They've just been fantastic, and I could not agree more. Her family has been incredible. So, just an awesome family. And then the extended family. My brother-in-law is married to one of her sisters. He's just been fantastic. It's his family we bought the land from, and he's just, I mean, it's funny because they said he was angry the other day, and that's the first time in the whole 20 years I've known him that I've ever heard of him getting angry. And so, because I just didn't think it was possible. His wife, on the other hand, my sister-in-law, she's a yeller. She's angry all the time. But yeah, he's just as calm as can be. And so they said he was angry the other day, and I was like, what? Yeah. But yeah, fantastic family, fantastic woman. Yeah, I really can't. So, Mondomaster, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. But yeah, above and beyond, above and beyond. So yeah, you find a good one, they're worth their weight in gold. Especially, when you compare them to, and nothing against American women, but American women have become like the younger generation. They feel entitled. So I dated after my divorce. I dated several American women, and it was like it was the same thing as my ex-wife. They were all about what they could get out of it. How many dinners could they get out of me before, I had one that would always bring her daughter to dinner as well, which I felt bad for the daughter, single mom. But yeah, so I always buy the daughter dinner as well. But yeah, it was like, and so yeah, it was just where, yeah, the Filipino, the shirt off your back and then some. My wife is an awesome cook, which you can tell because I am losing weight here, which is a huge positive. But yeah, she's an awesome cook. So I don't go hungry, and so that's been fantastic. Which I think all the Filipinas are awesome cooks. I haven't heard of any of them that aren't, but I'm sure there probably is a couple. My brother-in-law, the one that's helping us out with the house and everything, he's actually a chef, and so which has been really nice because most of the men here don't cook. It's always the women, and so it was kind of nice because he's kind of broke the gender barrier there with being a chef. And so, which is kind of nice. But yeah, he's made some really good stuff, just fantastic. And so, but yeah, it takes a little bit of getting used to because, like I love shrimp, but here they cook the shrimp in the shell. And then that's the fun part is them peeling the shell and eating the shrimp. And they don't devein it, they don't deshell it, which I'm like, yeah, that's not the way we eat it, And so yeah, so like crawdad, exactly. In fact, when we were in America, she had crawdads once, and she was like, "This is just a smaller version of shrimp." I'm like, "Yeah, kinda." And she loves it. She loves crab legs. When we were in America, she'd eat her weight in crab legs, which she doesn't weigh very much, but she's still. I'm not a huge crab leg guy, but speaking of the devil, you want to say hello? There's my baby girl. Where you at? Where you at? Come here. Oh my goodness. She gave you a bath. She gave you a bath. She gave you a bath. This is my princess. This is Abigail. She actually flew to the Philippines with us from America. So this is Abigail. She's a long-haired dachshund. And she's looking for something to eat. But yeah, you're wet. Yeah, you're wet. She didn't dry you off very good. She just got a bath. Yeah, she is a cutie and she knows it. We had another dog right before we left America, and I had to have him put to sleep. Another dachshund. He developed a back problem right before, like a month before we left America, and it degraded very quickly. And so we're still kind of recovering from that. But he was quite a bit heavier, so we couldn't have brought him. We were going to bring him with us, but we would have to send him by cargo, which is a lot more expensive. And so that was the plan that we were going to do. When he passed, it actually opened up the door to carry her on the plane with us because she's a lot lighter. And so, which was nice because my wife was not willing after losing one dog. It was her first pet ever, and she's still pretty devastated by it. And so am I, but I hold it together for her. But yeah, Benedict, that was Benedict. He was my dog, and he was a good kid. He was a really good kid. But yeah, so she's what we got left. And she's a world traveler. She was a trooper. She had to be in her tiny little crate underneath the seat for 22 hours of fly time, which is just ridiculous. But she did it like a trooper. She did it like a trooper. So but yeah, she's like her dad now. She likes the air conditioning. So yeah, we're not quite getting used to it. So yeah, 22 hours. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. Yeah, she had me really worried because she didn't go to the bathroom for like 48 hours. So we drove to Dallas. Come here. I don't think your mommy rinses you off very well, but we drove to Dallas, and that's where we flew out of so we could get a more direct route. So we flew from Dallas to Incheon, Korea, and then from Incheon, Korea to Manila, and Manila, Philippines. And so we drove to Dallas and stayed overnight at a hotel in Dallas, and the whole time we were in Dallas, she didn't go to the bathroom either. And so because she was... she doesn't like new areas. She's very set in her ways. And so, but yeah, so she didn't go to the bathroom the whole day before. And then we flew for a whole day. And then she got here and she kind of burst. So, but yeah, she's gotten back to normal now. So I'm thankful for that because I was really worried about her holding it that long. I was like, oh man. But yeah, she is a toughie. She's a good girl. She's a good girl. Yeah. And she doesn't seem to miss her brother at all. So she doesn't seem to miss her brother at all. She likes being the only dog. She's she's pretty high maintenance. But she's a good kid. So but yeah, 22 hours, that's long flight. 16 hours or 18 hours for the first one, 4 hours for the second one. So 29 to 52. Can you do it? I got another hour. I don't think so. You're just over halfway. I mean, maybe we'll have to go longer just to see if you can do it. Just to see if you can do it. I think they get longer as you go, so that's the problem. They get longer as you go, so Jackson is he's doing the SOE, Sisters of Eve, ARC missions, which will increase your standing with one of the factions by a significant percentage. and it's like 52 missions. And so, Johnny Fever, what's up, buddy? WKRP is sort of back to gaming again. Excellent, excellent. Good to see ya. Good to see ya. And thanks for being here. It's good to see you. I've been wondering what was going on with you. I did make my move. I'm in the Philippines now, so I'm sorry the ads are getting ready to start. But yeah, I am in the Philippines now. We've been here going on 2 months. So, yep. Yeah, oh yeah, it's fantastic here. Fantastic here. The internet is a little bit to be desired, but I just picked up Starlink yesterday. And as soon as I get it hooked up, I got to have somebody install it on the roof. They sold me the kit, but they couldn't sell me the mounting pole, so I've got to get that somewhere else. So once I get that and pay somebody to mount it on the roof, I should solve my internet problems, and then I'll be in really good shape. So yeah, it increases your standings with one faction while downing the others. Just saying. Oh, I don't think, does it down the others? I don't remember it downing the others. I don't think it affects the other ones negatively. Anyway, ads are getting ready to start. Sorry. Read Bond. I did read yours. Without. What's up, Caviar? Oh, he did say without downing the others. Okay. All right. That's why he's saying read. Okay. Sorry. Yes, I misread that. So, yes. Huge if you need to fix your standing with one faction, which we almost always have to, especially if you've done any missions. So yeah, so huge one. Thanks, Caviar. Good to see you as well. Thanks for being here. I forgive you. I appreciate that, Jackson. Appreciate you being so forgiving. Reading is fundamental. Sorry, ads are on. So let's see what we've got going on here. So I want to build this avalanche here eventually, but I don't have any of these capital stuff. $209, $134, so that's $309. 134, that's going to be 409, 443, 600, 50, 60, 660. Ooh, 1.4 billion. Yeah, 1.4 billion. Holy cow. 644 million for the capital core temporary. Yeah, so yeah, we're definitely gonna have to build these guys. But then again, I don't know. Maybe I can get BPCs for these. Let's see. Finance contracts. All right. So we don't want the pacifier. Let's find in contracts. Capital propulsion engine. Want to sell. Item category. Blueprint copy. Nope. Oh, there they are. 999,000. That's not bad. Five run. Well, that's not very much. Oh. That's the contract. That's that. I need 10. Still, that's less than 2 million. It's like 2 million. That's not bad. Now, the question is, what do they take? Reinforced carbon fiber. That one I would just buy. Trit. Self-harmonizing power core. I can make that one or buy. That's not a problem. Ad break ended. Welcome back. So that's not too bad. I've got everything to make it. The problem is I'm pretty sure I can't make it on a regular station. It's got to be somewhere else, right? Since it's a capital ship component. I don't know. 5 run. 999,000. I need 2 of those. So yeah, there's another 5 run. So you can do it in an NPC station. Okay, cool. Thanks, Caviar. 999,000. That's not bad at all. All right, that's 1. So that's 2 million for the blueprint. All right. Why is this up here twice? All right, that's 2 million for the blueprint. All right. Well, let's go back. Where were we at? Industry. All right. Capital sensor cluster. Finding contracts. Blueprint copy. All right. 900,000 for 3 run. Of course, I think I need 5 of those, right? But why is that on there twice? Yeah, I need 5, so of course that's a 3 run. Which is just ridiculous. They're all 3 runs. I built my Orca and did all the sub-assembly parts for it. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, broadcast node. Is that per item or is that for all 5? I bet you that's per item. Yep, that's per item. So yeah, that won't be a problem. $5,000 per, which probably means I could get it for cheaper in Jita. So, how many do I need? 90 per. So that's not that bad. The other one needed carbon fiber too, so. Okay, so we could buy 2 of those. All right, save you. Armor plates. How many do I need? Really wish I could get these both up at the same time. 5. So of course these will be sold in 3. Nope, there's a 5 run for 900,000. That's not bad. Well, I think I'm gonna go buy these. Capital shield emitter. I think I need 10 of those. That's a Mar. 45 jumps away, 5 run, 999,000. Where's Jita? Jita is 1.5 million. Still 1.5 million. 2 of those. I could live with that. Yeah, it looks like I could do this. Capital cargo bay, construction parts. These I already have. Those ones, I don't even want to look at that. Yeah. We look at the 1.5 billion for the blueprint. For the blueprint, 1.5 billion. 644,000. I'm gonna have to buy those. Jackson's offline. What happened, Jackson? You get disconnected? Yeah, that's a BPO. That's true. That's true. I could probably do a BPC. That's a good point. But the components. So Dixie. 5 runs. I only need 2. For 15,000. 15,000 ISK? That seems low. Self-harmonizing power core. That's a PI. Core temperature regulator. I think that's the one I need for the capital ships. Trying to fix a bug. Oh, okay. You ran into a bug like Lego did? Only 15,000 for the 5 run? I mean, that's crazy. Why is it 1.5 billion? That's crazy. Maybe they screwed up, because everybody else is selling them for 2 million. He's selling them for 15,000. Maybe we should run there right now and buy this one. Capital core temperature regulator blueprint, which is what I need, right? Capital core temperature regulator. Yep. I can't believe nobody else bought it. Seems like it must be. Doesn't say anything about Plex. Trying to fix a bug. Okay. I think I'm going to fly there and see if we can get that one. Oh. I think I actually have some ships in Dodixie. Maybe we'll fly a shuttle there. No, I don't. Okay. All right. Yeah, the BPO isn't going to be cheap for capital components. Yeah. No. Yeah, I figured they weren't, but somebody's selling a BPC copy for 15,000.
Warp drive active.
Which seems way too cheap. Most of them are going for 2 million, which makes sense. The BPO is 1.5 billion. But 15,000 seems really low. So, but yeah, the capital components, they're all super expensive for the BPOs. But I don't need a BPO. I can deal with a BPC. So, but I have this Avalanche that I'll be able to fly here in a minute. And I'd like to build. Yeah, all the capital are disgusting. Yeah, it's weird. But the BPCs don't really seem to be too expensive. They seem really low. I mean, 1,000,000 each for 5 run or a 3 run. Which I'm perfectly fine with. I'm going to run to this one. I'm thinking that there's something wrong with this one, because it says it's only 15,000 instead of 1,000,000. In the right station, BPC can be made pretty cheap, yeah. Yeah, but I would think if you're, like this one's the capital core temperature regulator one, I would think if you can get 1,000,000 for it, you would at least get 1,000,000. Maybe they're just trying to give back. Who knows? I need to find someone who's quitting Eve and wants to sell all their stuff. Though, what would you do with Isk? It's not like you can cash them out, so. There you go. Yeah, I'm gonna just, so I've got a avalanche blueprint, which I'll be able to fly here in a minute. And so I'm going to try and pick up BPCs for all these. I have the auto integrity preservation seal and the life support backup. I have BPOs for those. I bought those. I think they were 75 million each. So I bought those. So I probably should start selling some BPCs of those. So I can make some money back on it. But I build those for, they're needed for battleships. But this capital core temperature regulator one is the key. And I found it super cheap in Dodixie. So I'm gonna fly there, so. But yeah, I probably should look for a pack. But I have no problem piecing them out. But just the materials to build the components for the avalanche is the cost of ship. So I've been working on making T4 PI to cut the cost. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at too. I have the PI all set up. I just got to switch it over. I should have checked the gate camp situation. Should have checked the gate camp situation. Oh, yeah, that'll work. So yeah, there's been 1 kill in Udema. Which is right where I'm headed. And 4:21, so only 20 minutes ago. Then I'll have my avalanche soon. Yeah, that's what I'm working on, is to see about this one. See if I can part it out right at the Civila gate. So we'll go ahead and cloak. I don't have anything in here at the moment, so it really don't matter, but. Jackson's on and off, on and off, on and off. Did it fix it, Jackson? You're definitely not gonna make it. I didn't even see the Hulk or the dead ship. Not really. Well, that sucks. Yeah, so this is a 5 run, so I could actually make enough capital core regulators for 2. For 2 avalanches. Hell, I'll just sell the other ones on the market, for crying out loud. They're super expensive. PI is just time. That's free. So if you need more avalanche copies, let me know. I appreciate it. I have 2 tour kept regular BPCs, 2 runs left on one and 5 on the other. Okay. Yeah, I just found one that's selling for 5 run for 15,000. So I'm gonna run over there, see if it's legit. 32 out of 52. Where are you, Lego? He was at 14 a bit ago. I'm not going to bed till I'm done with this arc tonight. Oh, man, Lego. Be careful making statements like that, buddy. I've been there, done that. I gotta wait when the wife's out of town before I can do that kind of crap. Speaking of that, I think she's going out of town on Monday. Actually, Sunday. Probably for several days. So, 16. Yeah, so he's about halfway to you. Oh. I'll be here with you.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, capital BPC at 15K is cheap. Yeah, that's what I thought. That one really seems weird. At 5 runs, right. I was expecting 1 million, which I'm fine with. But 15K, I wonder if they screwed up. But they could have canceled it. I was 7 jumps between agents, so I autopiloted and took a bio break. There you go. That'll slow you down. That autopilot's such a crock. There's no reason they couldn't. There's no reason they couldn't warp to the gate instead of warping to 10 away. The others are more expensive as they are full researched. Okay, so that's probably why. I don't care about the research. Well, I guess I do care about the research, but probably not that much. But yeah, that may be what I didn't do. I probably didn't look at the research. Oh, it's 7 and 10. That's still not bad. Now, can you do invention off of the capital blueprints? I need to finish tonight. Well, I'm busy with work the next 2 days, and on Sunday I leave for a road trip to Colorado. 2,500 mile round trip. There you go. I'm busy too, Lego. Yeah, Jackson's always traveling. He's got to travel for his family, so. The others are starting at 2 million or 10% material. Okay, yeah. So that probably helps some. But yeah, 7% material is what the other ones were. I looked at a bunch of them in Jita, which is closer. And they were all, you know, just under 1 million each for 7. I only have tonight, then I'm on vacation with no computer access. All right, Jackson. Well, we're going to cheer you on. We want you to get done. I'm probably going to do mine next week. You guys got this. Both Jackson and Lego. You guys got it. You guys got it. Of course, I'm probably going to get here and Caviars have already bought it.
Drive active.
Invention is only for T2 stuff or things like T3C. Okay. I wasn't sure if I did buy the BPO, if I could at least invent something off of it. That might be worth it. So all 4 of my accounts doing it at the same time. Holy shit, Lego. Yeah, I was thinking about doing my 2 guys at the same time and doing Fleet Warp, but I was actually thinking that I could probably carry the stuff and remote accept it. All right, so let's look here. Make sure. It doesn't say anything about Plex. Doesn't say anything about anything else. I'm going to say yes. It's 15,000, right? 15,000. That's what it charged me. That's why I was wasting so much time to get the account tabbing to work. Yep, that makes sense. It's going to save me time in the long run. I got you. Yeah, see, I was thinking about doing my 2 accounts together, but only having one of them carry the stuff. So any of the ones where I didn't have to fly there, because you always fly someplace with the cargo and then fly back. And so I thought I could just leave one and only fly the one
Requested.
and complete it remotely. But I don't know if they'll allow that. I might try it just to see. Like I said, I'll probably do it on stream next week. Hey, I only use my alts during events. Yep. Only way capital BPOs are worth buying is if you have a buyer for mass production capital ships or someone buying your capital components. Yep, I agree. Yep, I agree. So now let's check out these contracts. All right. I don't know why I closed contracts, but that's okay. Finance, contract. Actually, let's just do it this way. So since we're here, say find in contracts, BPC, search. All right. Do Dixie, 1.6 million. So not the cheapest. But how many is it? Still 5 run, but 10 and 20. So fully researched. So that's worth it. Let me see if we got a multiple. That's in Jita. Can I just show current region? All regions. Let's just show my region. Well, then I won't know. Then I won't know if it's a good deal or not. All right, so here's multiple items. 80 million. I don't need the utter integrity. There's a bowhead.
Skill training completed.
I don't need the bowhead, but there's the capital armor plates. 1 run for 5. Which, okay, that'll cover the armor plates. The cargo bay for 27, which I think I need 37. So yeah, so this looks like for the bowhead. It's got everything in here for the bowhead, but 80 million, that's not bad. Life support backup blueprint. I don't need that one. There's the core regulator I already got. That's a 40 run. Oof. 40 run. The bowhead needs 45? Oh no, it's the core temperature regulator. And then the capital core temperature regulator needs the core regulator. That's why. Okay, I got it. Yeah, so I'm not building the bowhead, but I'm building the avalanche. Avalanche. So what's this one? Cargo bay, 45. Armor plates. Capital, that's 5 run. Capital construction. Capital core. Propulsion engine 5. That's the Charon. This one's for the Fenrir. Yeah, see, I already got the blueprint. Obelisk. He sells them all for 80 million no matter what. Providence. Archon. Avalanche will be at the top. Chimera. Nighogger. I haven't even heard of that one. Happy. Today's your birthday, Jackson? How the hell did I miss that? Xxuna, for multi-boxing, I found a program called Evo that makes clickable windows to swap between Eve instances. Works great so far. Yeah, that's what Lego was talking about earlier. Evo Preview, I think he was calling it. So I'll have to check that out, Xxuna. Thanks for being here. My alts for this account are all for PI. Thank God for PI templates. How many of those do you need to build the avalanche? Yeah, so I don't need all these to build the avalanche. That's what I'm looking for. Oban, forgot to mention this is my last stream as a 40-something. No more binging alcohol from now on. Just saying. Yeah, right. I asked someone about the price of their services for a jump freighter, and next thing I knew, I had a contract up for 9.3 billion, seeking 9.1 billion in funding. There you go. There you go, Snore. Yeah, with a 10%. My ME Avalanche BPC, you still need 72 capital propulsion engines. See, this one doesn't say that. This one says, I only need 10 capital propulsion engines. That's only 9% material efficiency. But it says I only need 10. So yeah, happy birthday, Jackson. Oops, I was looking at the avatar. No worries. Yep, 10. At least you love me. I go, nah, it's 6'2". So your birthday 6'2", my brother's is 6'3". So last stream before you hit 50. Whoa, and then my drinking stops. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, I've been using Evo for a year, but I need a hotkey. There you go. Keep reading. Ended up finding out how to hotkey inside Evo. 9 with a 10 ME. Yep, there you go. I'm done. Only cocktails on holidays going forward. Yeah, I'll believe that when I see it, buddy. 6'2". Yeah, well, I wish you luck with that. I stopped drinking when I got married to the lovely woman I'm married to now. That was one of her requirements. No facial hair, which I'm not upholding at the moment, and no drinking. I didn't smoke, so that was it. But yeah, happy birthday, Jackson. Happy early birthday. I'll definitely reach out to you on the 2nd. So I quit drinking entirely then, Bond. Yeah, that's good. Well, good for you. Good for you. Like I said, yeah, good for you. I know you can do it. I did it. So I wasn't really a heavy drinker anyway. So there's drinking and getting smashed. I agree. I still, on occasion, have a drink every once in a while. I went for my retirement party. I had a couple drinks. But yeah, my tolerance isn't what it used to be. So, but yeah, the wife is a very lightweight. So yeah, that's one of the ones she asked me to stop drinking, and so I said okay. I cut back to once every 2 weeks. There you go. That's not bad. You can always find a holiday at least once a month, right? So, but yeah, it's funny. I have some alcohol coming in the boxes that are being shipped that should arrive here next week. So yeah, I'm curious because I used to actually drink on my stream because I always drank with Jackson. So, but yeah, like I said, it's more of a relaxing kind of thing than anything else. So I can't get smashed on stream. I've seen some streamers that get smashed. It makes it too hard to do what you're doing. Oh, but no, congratulations, Jackson. Happy early birthday. And like I said, I'll reach out to you on the 2nd. That's cool. I'll definitely remember your birthday because my brother's is a thing. No, it's not your fault. I actually did it when I was working too because my job was always super stressful, so I needed it. But yeah, welcome to the old club, Jackson. Now, I always thought you were older than 50, so congratulations. Man, you might be the young buck. Yeah, you might be the young buck here. So I attract an older crowd. So yeah, so welcome to the club. Yeah, I'm 57. I'll be 58 in January. So just tell her the alcohol is for medicinal reasons. Yeah, I saw that one. Yeah. Mondo 38. Ooh, young buck. Well, welcome to the stream. Appreciate it. I usually attract an older bunch. But yes, you're all are welcome. All are welcome. We don't discriminate here in any way, shape, or form. So, but yeah, the what was I saying? Yeah, I could tell her it's medicinal. She gets upset with me when she sees me drinking. But I do. I used to be a 7-7 guy, Seagram 7 and 7 Up. Now I do 7 Up and Fireball. Fireball's my favorite. So, and Fireball was super cheap in Kansas City. I was able to get it really cheap. So I bought a bunch of kind of little ones, like 10 packs. 10 packs. I bought several of those and threw them in the box that I shipped. So she doesn't know about them. Luckily, they're plastic, so they wouldn't break. But 46 Lego, good job. Good job. So I do have some younger ones. Lucky bastards. Oh, what are you talking about? Life doesn't start till 50. That's when it gets interesting. That's when you have creaks and cracks that you never heard before that you wonder, that didn't sound good. I might want to get that checked. Did you claim the 10 Plex and an S? I did. Everybody else, make sure you claim. They're actually giving away free Plex for the new expansion, Legion. And so make sure you go out there and claim it. When you get your 15,000, you get it. So maybe if you have a hot Filipino wife bond. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. 7 days Omega is 10 Plex. Yep, that's a week. I also, and I did it last stream, so if you guys want to check it out on YouTube, but I did the whole buying the Plex at 20% discount and then using the Plex to buy the year-long subscription at 20% discount. So getting a severe discount. I ended up, for my 2 accounts, I got enough Plex to put both of my accounts on a year-long subscription for the equivalent of what I would pay in 10 months for the 2 accounts. Oh no, 10 months for the 1 account. Less than $200. So less than $200. I paid $200 in 10 months on 1 account. So less than $200. I got both accounts for a year subscription. So yeah, no brainer. No brainer. Thanks to Jackson for that. That was actually Jackson's one, so. But yeah, so it looks like these ones, he's doing it for all the different ones. I don't need any of these. So there's a Thanatos, which is a nice one. That's a carrier. I can't even run that one. This one's 90. That's a Moro. So it doesn't look like he's got the Avalanche in here. But yeah, he's got a pretty good setup. Yeah, one of my viewers, Lego, I think, gave me the Avalanche blueprint. So BPC. So yeah, so I've already got that one. So all I need are the little ones. So here, since I'm already here, that's a 5 run. I need 10. So I'd have to buy these 2 for 1.6. I'm pretty sure Jita, if I take off this region, let's do all regions. All regions. I'm pretty sure Jita is selling them a lot cheaper. Yeah. Really that much. 1.2 million instead of 1.6. And these are 10, 20, so they're fully researched. Oh, that's a 10 run for 1.2. So that's definitely worth it. Yeah, that's a 10 run for 1.2. Set destination. Yeah. So yeah, so I'm gonna jump back there because it looks like they're cheaper. So then let's look and see if they're. I can't believe I closed it. I tell you, some days it really doesn't pay to get out of bed. All right, so we want blueprint copy. Search. Capital sensor cluster blueprint. There we go. So Jita's 900,000. If I look here in just current region, they only have multiples. 47 million. Yeah, that's for another one, for an orca. So you got all the parts for the orca. See, and I have this one. I actually have the BPO for the auto integrity and the life support backup. I have the BPO for those. So yeah, if you guys need those, let me know. I'll be happy to get you copies of those. I may start selling some of those copies on the market. So, but yeah, it looks like here in Dodixie they're only doing groupings. They're not doing any individuals. So I'll go back to Jita. Jita's selling them piecemeal, which is what I need. So unless one of them's got an avalanche, yeah. So they're doing orcas here. 50 million for an orca though. That's not too bad. I wonder. That might be a good investment. I'm going to go ahead and buy this one. Hey, let's see. Is that the cheapest one? It's one run. War capital sensor clusters. Check. Nine capital capacitor batteries. Check. 35 cargo bay. Check. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. So let's see if I do orca. Let's try this. Oh, that's current region. So 4750. 4750. All right, 4750. That's the cheapest. Let's see what it is in Jita. All regions. All regions. Double dipping. Yep, that's it. 4.9 for just the orca. Yeah, so Jita looks like they're doing it more piecemeal. Here's 22 million. Yeah, 22 million. Problem is I don't need these. So that's a lot cheaper. 34 jumps away though. What are jumps? Amar, yeah. Yeah. Amar. In Jita, 29 million in Jita. So yeah, so that's way cheaper. So yep. So yeah. Close you. Yeah. So yeah, so it's expensive here in Dodixie, except for that 15,000 that I flew here for. So yeah, so let's do this. We're gonna fly to Jita now. I've already got Jita plugged in, so let's go. Let's go. We gotta go back through Udema. Yeah, that's an Amar. Use a Synesis and take the shortest route. Yeah, I usually do either that or the Astero. Astero does really good as well. So, oh, I forgot to pick up my blueprint.
Docking request accepted.
What a moron. What a maroon. What a maroon. So yeah, I got this one for 15,000. So what a maroon. That's awesome. That's awesome. It happens to me all the time. Sunesis is a lot cheaper than an Astera. Okay, well, I'll definitely have to check that out. I think I have a Sunesis. S-U-N-E-S-I-N. Yup. Yup. I got 3 of them. Do me a favor, Caviar, if you're in the in-game channel, send me that fit.
Warp drive active.
I didn't realize that. I will definitely start taking that. Inertial stab, but fitted it for PvE. Yep, that's what I want. I don't do any PvP. But if it's that fast, I'll definitely take it. Fast is what I want. And when I can't do... So this prorator is pretty fast. But it has the covert ops cloak. So if it's not fast enough, then I have the cloak. So cool. T2 stabs. Yeah, I'll have to try that because I like fast.
Warp drive active.
Especially when I'm picking up blueprints. I can do fast. I'm not a PvPer, but I am a runner. Oh, I got a new ship. The freighter. The Upwell freighter. Avalanche. That's what I'm building. 2.4 billion. 2.4 billion. Serpent Power, what's up, buddy?
Active.
Go Team Mothership. You gonna be streaming today? It's weird. I've got a whole lot of people because it doesn't seem like anybody's streaming Eve. A Narcos is on now. White Heron. 0. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of people streaming Eve. Like everybody's day off. Everybody's day off. Later tonight. Okay, cool. Art Gravy. Okay, that's cool. At least he was. Yeah, I think he might be off now. Morty and all them were on, but they were streaming something else. Blitz was on, but he was streaming something else. So yeah, there's a bunch of them on, but they're all streaming something else. But yeah, Art Gravy's still on. He shows on there. Morty's doing 7 Days to Die. Goldsworth, yeah, he's doing Star Wars. That's, yeah. Blitz was on, but it looks like Blitz is off again. Yeah, so Art Gravy's still on. Thanks, Serpent Power. But yeah, I'll probably raid a Narcos if he's still around when I'm done. Actually, I'm really close to being done. Wow. Didn't realize that.
Active.
Holy cow. Stream flew by. And was actually a good day. I only have 177 drop frames. Less than 0%. I don't know how that can be less than 0, but just woke up, haven't caught your stream in a bit. I appreciate it. I'm probably going to hang around for a little bit longer. Because Jackson's trying to do the Sisters of Evearg, and we're cheering him on. Him and Lego. Of course, Lego's doing it with a whole fleet. So, Lego's doing it with a whole fleet.
Warp drive active.
But no, always appreciate you being here, Serpent Power. That's hurting the local frame business. There you go. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, that's rare. I usually have several thousand drop frames for about 0.1%. But yeah, it doesn't even register as 0.1%. So that's a good day. That's a good day. But yeah, I did pick up the Starlink. I have the Starlink residential kit in my house. Unfortunately, I don't have it installed yet because
Warp drive active.
they were able to sell me the residential kit, but not the pole adapter to install it on my roof. So I have that ordered, waiting for that to come. Hopefully it'll be here in the next day or two. Then I have to con one of my Filipino friends into climbing up on the roof and installing it, which most of them are afraid of heights. So I'll have to see how that goes. I got to find one that's got a long enough ladder because ours is a 2-story with the roof. It's like almost a 3-story. So it's a high roof.
Warp
So,
drive active.
but yeah, once I get installed, all my internet problems should go away. So that'll be good. But yeah, I was able to find. So yeah, sorry if this is reiterating for some of you, but I know we've got some new people. But yeah, I was able to find. The Philippines has one authorized distributor of Starlink in the Philippines. Their name is Silicon Valley, and they're in most of the malls here. And so I contacted them directly. Took some effort to contact them. And once I contacted them, they were able to find a store near me. There aren't many stores, especially here in the Manila area, because Manila's all sold out. But they were able to find a store near me that had the residential kit. My wife and I drove there yesterday and picked it up for $500, give or take. And so yeah, so I have it here now. It's a $500 paperweight, but as soon as I can get it installed on the roof, I'll be in like Flynn, and I should have much better bandwidth. So right now I'm sporting, on a good day, I'm sporting 70 megabits per second, which is enough to stream, barely. And from what I've been told from Starlink, I should get close to 500, somewhere between 200 and 500. So either way, it's going to be a drastic improvement. My internet also cuts out a lot, the one that I'm using now. So the Starlink, I've been told, doesn't cut out, doesn't have any problems with storms, doesn't have any problem. The only thing you need is electricity. So when I lose the electricity, of course, I'll lose my internet. But that's a normal thing. That's why we're having solar put in the house, so we won't lose electric. But yeah, so I'll keep you guys posted. I'm expecting sometime next week I'll probably have somebody out here installing it on the house. And that should be awesome sauce. So that'll be a big party. That'll be a big party. Back is itching again. So yeah, so that we were talking the other day. So my latest, not the latest boxes, but a set of boxes has arrived in the Philippines that we sent from America. It has my gaming chair, my green screen, all of my streaming materials, and probably the most important item, my back scratcher. So we should have that next week as well. That's like 13 boxes. So luckily the chair one is a unique one. The green screen's a unique one, so I'll be able to find those quick. The other ones, we have them documented, so I should be able to get to this stuff quick. But yeah, be some unpacking. But yeah, pretty excited about that. So Starlink, boxes, Yeah. Jackson's birthday. I mean, the excitement here at, Silver Wolf, Bondar JR is just through the roof.
Warp drive
Through
active.
the roof. Nothing but the best for you guys. No. I'm still floored, Jackson. I can't believe how young you are. You're like a whole decade younger than me. That's why you're so quick with those jokes. That's what it is. Haven't started to lose your edge yet. Haven't started to lose your edge yet. All right, so I'm going to jump here. Let's dock.
Warp drive active.
He will on Monday when he hits 50. Yeah, it's be like just stepping over that threshold like, crap. Yeah, I remember 50. I was pretty depressed at 50. When I turned 50, I thought it was the end. It was just the beginning.
Docking permission requested.
Just the beginning.
Request accepted.
'50's the new 20. Damn it already, sucking. No, it's not. No, it's not. All right, so let's get back to this. So we've got this Orca one. I think I'm going to buy this Orca one. We want the multiple. Or do we? Yeah, it was this one. 29 million. I could build an Orca. I really don't need to build an Orca. I have an Orca. So we'll save that one. But I do want to look at these ones. So let's minimize you. And let's look at you. View market details. Oh, no, I don't want view market details. Binding contracts. Blueprint copy. Search. All right. Cheetah, 1.2 million for a 10 run. That's what I need. Accept. All right, that's one. All right. And 5 run sensor cluster. I need a 5 run sensor cluster. I'm pretty sure these are 3 runs. Yeah. Which is just wrong. I don't know why they're selling 3 runs. But that's fine, I guess. All right. So 2 3 runs will make a 5. Okay. And then this is a 5 run. Binding contracts. BPC. Search. 900,000 for 5. There you go. Accept. All right. Doop, doop, doop. All right, dang booze got me. So I am stuck at 32 of 52. You were right. Sorry about that. I hate to be right, but maybe that 50 is already creeping in. Dang booze got me. Now I have to warp 22 jumps. Yeah, see, I remember that. Once you get past the halfway point, they become very long and tedious. EP reset. Check out my Discord. Okay, so the timer is hosed. Well, that's not good. That's not good. I was doing the ARC, and it was an important not ARC mission. Ah, what's up, Eisbearg? Good to see ya. I just finished a mission, and it was the wrong thing. I was doing ARC, and it was not important. All right. So the timer's hosed. On the upside, I just got the drop. There you go. There you go. Yo, yes. So those of you who don't know, drops are on for my stream. So just by watching, you'll get free stuff from CCP, which is pretty cool. I already bought that one, right? Yeah. Capital armor plates, yes. All right, we need 10 of these. Finding contracts. BPC. Search. Capital shield emitter blueprint. All right, Amar. Cheetah, 1.5 million. For how many? 5, of course. $7.44 million for 40. So if 5 is 1.5, so then 8 times that. Yeah, that's less than that. Let's buy that one. Accept. All right. Next. 37 cargo base. Finding contracts. BPC. Search. 600,000 for a 2 run. 5 run, 5 run. I need 37. Three run. 4 run. 5 run. That's a 5 run. 5 run. These all 5 runs? 5 runs. So I need 37. So yeah, I'm gonna have 5 days ago till I can sit in the Barbaroga. Good job, Caviar. Good job. You know what I don't miss about living out in BFE part of Eden? Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Diamondback skin. I am up, standing straight. Excellent, Eisbearg. Good to see you. Yeah, so the 22 jumps is a backtrack to the arc sucks. Yep. Yep. Diamondback skin is very, very nice. I like it. All right. I'm going to have to watch somebody today so I can get it. So, which is really kind of the weird part. When I stream, I don't get credit for it. I should get credit for it. I'm doing the work. You know what? I don't miss living out in BFE. All the crap cans and junk dumped around the jump gates. Yeah, that's a good one. That is a good one. All right, so let's see here. 1 million. So actually, let's just look here in JITA. Let's just do current region. See if that... All right. So I need one that's got more. So that's 10 run, 40 run. That's what I'm looking for. 3.93. So that's why somebody's selling the 3 run, is because they used the thing. They used a 40 run. So yeah, that's way better. It's almost $1 million for 5 runs. I don't want to buy that many. All right. So that's that one. 5 run of this one. Finding contracts. EPC. Current region. I got to switch this every time. This is ridiculous. Search. Alright. Perfect ME TE 5 run. 1.19 million. There you go. Accept. Yes. Alright. Maybe we just do it this way. Okay, and I got these guys. And I've already got that. So that's it. So I was at 66. I'm at 5-4. Yep, 61, I think. So. Alright. Looks like I got what I needed. Auto preservation seal. Yeah, that one. I'm at 9. I need to go to 10. Capital ship. Yep. So let's item hanger. So let's grab these guys. And these guys. Alright. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 2. So 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6. Oh, 7. Yep. Alright, this one needs... This one needs these guys. Which I should buy a BPC for those. So... Finding contracts. There we go. Current region. BPC. Search. $2.49 million for how many? 10. I don't think that's enough. Am I gonna need? So each one needs 33, and I need 2, so that's 66. So 10 ain't gonna cut it. All right. $40 run. That still ain't gonna cut it. I need 66. 40 run. Looks like that's all they sell them in. $6 million. 40 run. What? Why would I buy that when there's a whole bunch cheaper? 2 max copies. So 40 run is the max. 40 and 40 for 10 million. What's the cheapest 10 million? What's the cheapest 40? Yeah, the cheapest 40 is less than 5 million, so. Yeah. 4.8. So I can get 2 4.8, so that's less than 10 million. So accept. Yes. Accept. Yes. All right. Let's take those. All right. Sorry. 5 days ago to exit the Barbaroga. Good. So I'm at 23. Need to choose the next mission. Which one is faster? Tracking the Queen or Bag of Blood? I don't remember. Probably whichever way. Actually, whichever way Jackson went. Because he's already at 52. Jackson, do you remember which way you went? Cancel. Ooh, I need, all of these need, no. All of these need carbon. So, Lego is at mission number 23, and it gives you a choice. Tracking the Queen or Bag of Blood. We were wondering which way you went, because you got from 23 to 52 pretty quick. No info. Reinforced carbon fiber. View market details. So 5.9. I think it was cheaper where I was. It was only like 5,000. No, you're at. Oh, what do you do? You did Bag of Blood. Okay. You're only at 26. That's right. Never mind. You're 32. Yeah, you're 32. Yeah, you're 32. Okay. So you did Bag of Blood. So that's what he did, Lego, was Bag of Blood. I am thinking reinforced carbon fiber. Let me check the overall market. Close you. Market. Reinforce. RCED carbon fiber. So I need to check out these 5K, 6K, 6K. Why is it rounding it up? Yeah, so G to 6K. I can get 400 of them for 5K in Celia, which is where I was. That's the ones I saw, but I need more than 400. I need a lot more than 400. All right, so capital ship, I need 10, right? 10. So that means 900. All right. 5 of the sensors. 900. 5 of the sensors. Yeah, so view. No, show. So that's 90 as well. So pretty much that's 6. 6 times 90, 540. So 900. Clear. 900 plus 540 plus. All right. Armor plates, I need 5. Show info. 90. So that's 450. 450 plus. All right. Ah. Did I close it? Come on. Damn it. I tell you, some days it's a wonder I can even get out of bed. I'm assuming... Okay, thanks. I'm assuming it will give indication of when it starts giving faction reps so I can choose Galente. Yeah, it's at the very end. It's like the very last one. Yeah, it's the very last one. So yeah, it's mission number 52 is where you actually choose it. So, and that's what I was thinking is I probably won't take my booster till then because I have no idea how long it'll take me to get to 52. So, Chaos 1298, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. It's going great. XD's here as well. Good to see you guys. Good to see you guys. Yeah, I didn't see you guys streaming. I was looking for you. XD always finds me. XD always finds me. I confused XD with Blitz the other day, thinking he had a whole bunch of kids. So, XD, thanks for lurking. I appreciate it. Well, look at these stragglers. Cat drags in just anyone, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Don't stream on Thursday night. Excellent. Excellent. Going to just chill and do some things on the side. Sounds good, Chaos. You've earned it. You're a major streamer. I only stream 4 or 5 hours a day. You're doing 12 and 13-hour streams. You're a real professional. So no problem, XD. Thanks again. All right, so Avalanche, AVAL. There we go. Get back to this. All right, so we got those. So this, so shield emitters, there's 10. Shield emitters, there's 10. Show 90 each, so that's going to be another 900. 900. All right. And cargo bay 37, so I think I got 40 here. Yeah, so let's show 40 run. It doesn't take any. Oh, there it is, 90. So 90 times 40. Okay, it's getting quiet again. Art's still on. Yep, you streamed 170 hours this month. Awesome sauce, XD. That's a good one. That's a professional streamer too. All right, so 90 times 40. So let's do memory plus. And let's do 90 times 40. And do memory plus. All right, that got us. Good job. It's the capital one. Okay. Oops. God damn it. I closed it again. Pardon my French. I tell you, if it had a nickel. It's AVL. Avalanche. My God. All right. I need 5 construction parts. I tell you, some days, it's a wonder I can even get out of bed. 5 run. 90 each, so that's another 450. Gone to lurk for a bit. No worries, Chaos. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. 450, memory plus. All right. Don't close that one. The capital core. Show info. It doesn't need any carbon. It needs these guys. View market detail. 2 million each times 19. That's just for one. So yeah, so 38. So that's what, 60 some million, 70 million each? Still not bad. I can build them, so I think I'll just build them. All right. Oops. So yeah, we'll save those. I'm going to build those. And these guys. Show 240 runs. These are also, oh, those are reaction materials. I got to buy those. These I already have. I know I have these. I got a bunch of these. So 450 for each one. And reinforced carbon fiber. There you go. So how many did I need? 66, right? 66. So 66 times 450. All right. Where's my calculator? 66 times 450 equals memory plus memory recall. So I need, let's say, 37,000 carbon fiber. All right. New market by 7.6. Jesus. 37,000. 219 million. Oof. Oof. All right. It's going to make me poor, but it's okay. Here we go. All right, so let's check this guy out. Why is he not selling? Holy cow. Way down. 161? Come on, guys. 161.5. Well, luckily for me, I sold it for way less than this. Now I'm back on top. Alright. So now I'm super poor. Alright. Now we gotta make some money. Alright. So let's close this. I don't know if I can carry these guys. I have 2,470 construction boxes. Yeah, I got a lot of those too. And I got these chirale structures in this water. I got a bunch of these. So I got those covered. This one, view market details, 450 times 66, right? 66. 450 times 66. 29,700. So let's say 30,000. So buy. $146. Holy shoot, that's gonna take all my money. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so now I am super poor. 137 million total. I can sell some of these ships. Alright, hopefully that guy will sell. So let's go. So let's see, can I carry all these is the big thing. Probably not. Alright, so that should get me those. That should get me those. That should be back on top. Back on top. It's always on top when I'm here. Never on top when I leave. Alright, so let's throw these in here. And these in here. Oh, man, I can carry them all. Awesome sauce. Alright, so let's go back. No search. Alright. Now we definitely don't want to get killed. Yeah, I've got a lot of construction blocks. Transmitters, miniature electronics, all the stuff I use for the drones and stuff. So, but all that stuff gets built into those other ones. So, but yeah, I'll have to set up some tier 4 PI. Probably have to get my alt going on it. I could also sell a couple of the ones that I already have and probably use those to pay off the others, so. So Jackson, are you still stuck?
Warp drive active.
Yeah, Chaos wasn't streaming tonight. I think Chaos takes off Thursdays as well. So, and that's what XD said. He takes off Thursday nights. So yeah, this is my last stream of the week. We'll be back on Sunday night, Monday morning my time, with BG3. Cherry Can and I are going to play BG3 again if he's up for it. If not, I'll just stream BG3 for my local game. I think we should be able to continue, so still stuck, yes. Well, that sucks. I'm sorry, Jackson. So it was because you did another mission in the middle. You probably did one of those storyline missions, didn't you? Yeah, see, I always avoid those because it always screws it up. I saved those till the end. That's why I think I'm going to take my, I'm going to take that booster. I'm going to take that booster right at the very end, right before I get the faction payoff. And then I can go do the storylines as well.
Warp drive active.
The problem is you get one storyline for every 13 missions. And when you're doing that sister one, yeah, he logged out a couple times, Mondo, but the good suggestion. But But yeah, that's the problem is, yeah, with 52 missions, that's quite a few storylines. But yeah, I've had that happen to me before where the storyline screwed it up. So maybe you just gotta wait for downtime. Downtime will probably reset it. Yeah, they never even look at the tickets for like 3 or 4 days. It'll probably be solved itself by then.
Warp drive active.
But it probably wouldn't hurt to put a ticket in just in case it's not. But that sucks because you got the thing. Yeah, that ticket system is horrible. Yeah, CCP's customer support is the worst. The worst. The worst. But yeah, when I first came back, I had a ticket with them. And it took, I think, 5 weeks to finally get resolved. Even though they told me it was no problem to take care of what I wanted, I had like 12 items in it. And they pretty much told me all but one they wouldn't do. And the one that they would do took 5 weeks to complete. Because, yeah, it was like 24 hours before I'd ever get a reply. So when I replied, it was 24 hours before I'd get another reply. And then they'd ask stupid questions. Like, what do you want us to do again? And I'd reply 2 seconds after they replied to say, it's in the ticket. But yeah, when I came back, my Hulks all had three
Warp drive active.
miners on them. And I had them in trig space. And I didn't have a sufficient faction standing with the trigs to be able to use the refitting option in their stations. And I was stuck in trig space. And I wanted to get my ships out of trig space, so I scanned down the wormhole to get out. And I couldn't fly them. It wouldn't let me undock. And they were like, oh yeah, we'll fix that. And like I said, through the course of message after message after message, 5 weeks. It was ridiculous. I had my
Drive.
Omega paid so that I could fly the Orcas. It expired, and I had to resubscribe in order to finally fly them when they fixed it. So yeah, I am not a huge fan of CCP support. But it's ironic, I used to actually work CCP support. I was, crap, what are they called? I was one of the blue guys in the
Docking permission.
help chat. So the logs don't show anything. Of course they don't. Why would they show anything? I bet you it'll fix it downtime.
Docking request.
I think it's because you did that storyline. Like you said, it screwed up the timer. And so at downtime, it'll get reset. And then you'll be able to continue. And your thing will still be working, so that shouldn't be a problem. Alright, so, come on. I hate this thing. I really do. There's the blueprints. Here's the resources. Alright. So, if I go here... I closed it again. I swear to God. I have 20 missions left. I will not stop. But how are you... If it's not letting you, how are you going to do it? Alright, capital propulsion. Alright. Yeah, capital propulsion. Capital propulsion. It's a 10 run, so I want to do 10. 10. We're looking in resources. Bingo. Oh, self-harmonizing power core. I have 6, and I need 10. I didn't realize I needed those. Damn it. Okay. Hey, I forgot Bond. Unless CCP won't let me proceed. Yeah, and say CCP's not letting you go. So Alright, so I gotta figure out the self-harmonizing. Hermetic membranes I have. Camera drones I don't. Nuclear reactors I don't. Can you make the self-harmonizing power? I can. It's a PI one. I just gotta rejigger all my PI to make it. So, which isn't a huge problem. It's just a pain in the rear end. Because I probably don't have the right planets and, you know, blah, 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 blah. But hermetic membranes I already make. So, or I did at one point. I've never made these guys. But yeah. So yeah, I'll have to look at it and rejigger it. So can you make this up? Can build me an Anshar. What's an Anshar? I'm super poor now. So Anshar, jump freighter. Yeah, that's gonna take some work. Capital jump drive, crystalline carbonite. I actually build those. I don't build these, but I can. Capital pulse shield emitters, morphite. Oof, that's a heavy one. Construction blocks I got. Ram Starship I got. The obelisk. That's gonna be your problem. It's not gonna show. Bond is poor. Yeah, I am right now. I just spent all my money on materials. I'm down to 137 million. That's all I got to my name. All I got to my name. Obelisk, right? No. Yeah, obelisk. What's the obelisk go for? Obelisk blueprint. 1.95 billion for the blueprint. For the BPO. So I could probably get a BPC. But what's the do you have the Anshar BPC? Yeah, because the obelisk, I need a BPC for it, which I don't think is that bad. I was looking like 20 million. I think I can get all the BPCs to build the obelisk. But that's what I'm actually working on here, is I'm working on the avalanche. So, you were kidding. You got me looking at this stuff. It's a lot of morphite. That's a lot of morphite. See, yeah, so this one, go back. Does it take morphite? No, it doesn't take any morphite. So the avalanche doesn't take any more. Oh, that's the Anshar. The Anshar takes the morphite. Okay. So yeah, so the tier 2 of the avalanche would take the morphite. But yeah. So I have all the BPs I need to build this. I just don't have, I got to do some PI work to get it. So poor Bond, I think it's your bedtime. It is close. It's actually close to my lunchtime. So yeah, I'm over. So you're not going to finish? I was going to wait for you to finish. So I got all the BPs. This one needs that. So I can actually build these. Resources. And it needs to go in resources. Bingo. That's 1. I want to build all 40. Oh, damn. Why won't it let me build it? What's wrong? I don't have something that I need. What do you want to bet? I don't have something that I need. Capital ship construction. I don't have. And it cost 97 million. I only have 75 million. I only have 100 million left. Well, I guess we're gonna have to buy it. Oh, wait, no. Cooline's closer. Wait, I can't read. Missing skills. Yep. Which really sucks. Because now I'm down to 62 million. This is probably the poorest I have ever been. All right. So Jackson's sitting here screwing with me. So Jackson, are you going to bed? I'm trying. CCP is being dumb. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, see, I was going to hang out. Cheer you on. Oh, I guess I should select where I'm going. Nope. All right, says I'm back. Can you guys hear me? All right. Yeah, sorry about that. Still here. Yep, sorry about that. Stream died. Yeah, my internet died. I just got done saying it was a really good day, and then of course my internet cut out. So, but ironically, Kragan stayed on. Only Falstaff disconnected, which makes no sense whatsoever. But that's all right. We'll get Falstaff back on. Yeah, I did jinx it. I should have known better. So thanks, drachenhort. Sherry Can says nope. Nope, can't hear you. God bless him. Always a comedian. But yeah, so thanks, JKT, Mondomaster. Appreciate it, you guys. But yeah, sorry about that. I did jinx it. Had to open my mouth, which is never a good idea. So, never a good idea. So yeah, Falstaff's coming back online. So, switch over here to him. I was actually flying. And it disconnected while I was flying. I hate that. Need a loan for my industry. Yeah, it's all good. I've got a bunch of ships I can sell. I just haven't got around to it. So I'll just have to cash some of them in. I got a prorater on the market that hasn't sold. They keep underbidding me, which is really pissing me off. And so I got to get that one. 28, I'm catching you, Jackson. Yep, you're going to catch him the way he's going. So you're going to catch him. Going to catch him. Yeah, he's dead in the water, counting on CCP. That's always a bad moment. Yeah, they would reply to me. I have a conversation with them over, 2 weeks. And they'd finally be like, okay, we're going to take care of it. Got a bill if you need it. No, thanks, JKT. I appreciate it. I'm good. Thank you, though. Yeah, I just got it tied up in materials. It'll all be good. But yeah, when I was working with them on my ticket, I had like 2 weeks worth of conversations with them, and then they would only reply once a day. And so and even if I replied 2 seconds after they replied, they wouldn't get back to it for another 24 hours.